Its enormous body formed an enormous shield of light, which protected the phoenix that was soaring into the sky like a sharp arrow. Even if there were spears and arrows coming from all directions, so what? None of them could take half a step forward. In the sky, the roars of dragons and phoenixes were faintly echoing. There was also the sound of thunder, which was like the beating of ancient war drums. Every beat was knocking on people's hearts and souls. The purple chi in the sky was getting denser and denser. With another explosion, the phoenix broke through a patch of dark clouds. It didn't stop for even a moment, and it had already reached the heavens. The fire dragon was still flying side by side with the phoenix. Finally, the starlight array of the kill-break-wolf star array could not withstand the impact of the purple chi in the sky and the roars of dragons and phoenixes anymore. It collapsed from point to line and from line to surface. The starlight trembled in the sky. Then, it collapsed into a rain of light and disappeared. In the distant sky, the 3 stars of the kill-break-wolf star array suddenly dimmed. At this moment, the phoenix let out an extremely joyful cry. Its originally retracted wings suddenly spread open. Its wings reached the sky and spread far and wide. An indescribable aura pervaded the sky. The world was suddenly filled with a pure and holy light that belonged to the ice phoenix. Specks of white light instantly formed endless waves. They rushed over wave after wave, carrying the gratitude of the phoenix, and poured into the purple chi in the sky. The phoenix spread its wings and soared into the depths of the 9 heavens. The fire dragon was still hovering in the sky, scattering red specks of light in the sky. This was the fire dragon's gratitude. Together with the specks of light scattered by the phoenix, they scattered into the purple chi. However, compared to the phoenix's white light that filled the sky like a rising tide, the fire dragon's red light was much less. At most, it was only 1/10 of the phoenix's. The Phoenix Vein Soul Charging Array has succeeded. Zhuo Duo shouted joyfully. The dragon and the phoenix are showing their gratitude. However, this fire dragon is too stingy. It's so stingy that it only gave back so little. It's far less generous than the phoenix. It really makes people want to beat it up. He Yuanyue was on the verge of death. However, when she heard this sentence, she couldn't help but smile. The dragon and the phoenix returned together. The purple chi in the sky turned into countless purple rays of light, like rainbows crossing the sky. Among them, the 2 thickest rays of light took up almost 80% of all the purple chi. Together with the dragon and the phoenix, they soared into the 9 heavens, together with the sky. The other purple chi converged into 2 streams of brilliant luck, which descended with a loud rumble. The first one went straight to the Star Martial Spirit Crystal Room and fell on top of Zhuo Xiaoyan's head. The other 2 flew back, and one fell on top of Zhuo Xiaoduo's head. The other one was slightly weaker. It fell on top of He Yuanyue's head and disappeared in a flash, following which, the other strands of purple chi disappeared into the corresponding person's body, including Li Changjiang, Hu Ruoyun, Jiang Zhangbin, Sun Fengho. There were also Mu Yinyan, Qin Fangyang, Sister Lan, Han Song, Yu Shilong, Qiu Yunshang, and the others. In addition, all the people who participated in the battle, all the people who were injured and unconscious, and even those who had sacrificed themselves, especially those who had sacrificed themselves, there was a streak of purple chi that accurately found their families and fed back to their children. In the end, the 2 streaks of purple chi landed in 2 places. One went to the second high school, and the other went to the Star Martial Arts Academy. The Phoenix's feedback was not left out by anyone who had contributed to the Phoenix Vein Soul Charging Array. The gratitude was forever remembered by these people who had sacrificed for the Phoenix Vein Soul Charging Array. Even Gu Luoyin and Wan Pingyuan in the governor's mansion had a share. In addition to the benefits, the remaining purple chi quietly sank into the ground of Phoenix City, feeding back to the earth and thanking it for bearing the heavens. As for Fang Yinhua, who had escaped, he was the only one who didn't get anything. The south wind rose, the dark clouds in the sky were slowly drifting away. The image of a phoenix quietly appeared in the sky above the entire Phoenix City. It quietly overlooked the city for a long time, and then silently dissipated. Phoenix Vein Soul Charging Array. Complete success. At this point, Zhuoxiao's heart finally fell to the ground, and he cried out happily. He Yuanyue's originally blurred eyes suddenly flashed with an incomparably bright light. She said repeatedly, "Good, good, good. Ha!" He let out a long laugh, filled with endless gratification and satisfaction. Her laughter was actually still powerful, the final radiance of the setting sun. Beside her, Jiang Zhangbin's entire body shook. He had been holding the phone in his hand all this time, and he immediately dialed the number he had already dialed. In a low and hurried voice, he said with a sobbing tone, "Teacher Lan, quickly bring Lai Feng back." Although He Yuanyue had always refused to admit that she was Lu Qianqian, Jiang Zhangbin had already prepared himself. No matter what, he didn't want his teacher to have this lifelong regret. Hatred in the underworld. He Yuanyue could no longer hear anything now. She smiled with relief and only felt that her heart was at ease. She had no more regrets in this life. After 80 years of hard work, the trees have finally grown into shade, and the world is filled with students. After 40 years of planning, in the end, the Phoenix Meridian surges into the soul, and the astral souls prosper. He Yuanyue's face was flushed red. She smiled and said, "I, He Yuanyue, have lived a worthy life." Atop the snowy phoenix head, He Yuanyue smiled in gratification. She looked at the endless mountains and rivers in front of her, wrapped in silver and white. Her eyes were filled with boundless affection, boundless yearning. "I really don't want to leave." Her life force was rapidly fading away from her body. Her voice was low and deep. Although it was getting weaker, it was still clear. "I, He Yuanyue, have a clear conscience in this life. I have a clear conscience to the astral souls. I have a clear conscience to mankind. I have a clear conscience to my students and my country." His voice was completely weak. She opened her eyes, sparkling and translucent tears flashing in her eyes. "But I, Lu Qianqian, in this life, the only thing I have done wrong to you, the only thing I owe you." She stared blankly at the void and muttered, "Fang Yang." On the other side, Sister Lan immediately hung up the phone and shouted, "Qin Fangyang." Qin Fangyang's avatars had all exploded in this battle, and his internal organs were all injured. His injuries were so serious that they could not be healed. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper, and he kept vomiting blood. He was in a daze. At this moment, he was barely hanging on, waiting to confirm the completion of the layout of the Phoenix vein. Suddenly, he heard the voice and opened his eyes weakly. "What? Is it?" "Hurry up and follow me." Sister Lan flashed like a hurricane, grabbed Qin Fangyang, and rushed toward the Phoenix head without sparing any effort. Her speed was so fast that it was shocking. As soon as she started, there was already a wisp of smoke in the air behind her. "The old principal is dying." This sentence was like a bomb, shaking everyone's heart and soul, and they all rushed over here. Mu Yinyan was seriously injured, and her voice was weak. "Take Xiaoyan." Xiaoyan is the child that the old principal cares about the most. The two divine shadows did not hesitate and rotated at the same time. One carried was Xiaoyan, who had successfully broken through and was about to wake up, and the other carried Mu Yinyan. Only then did they soar into the sky and rush away. Although the wind and snow had weakened, it was still overwhelming. Sister Lan was so anxious that she did not hesitate to burn her life, potential, and divine soul. She rushed forward crazily with Qin Fangyang. Hundreds of miles of space flashed by. The moment they saw the Phoenix head, the two had already fallen like sharp arrows. When Qin Fangyang, who was already heavily injured and unable to continue, saw Feng turn her head around, he instantly understood. He did not know where his strength came from, but with a roar, he broke free from Sister Lan's grasp and charged forward without a care in the world. He rushed to the front of the wheelchair and stared at the person who was no longer moving. Qin Fangyang trembled all over. He opened his mouth but could not speak. There was a sound in his throat, like the sad cry of a dying beast. He reached out his hand. At this moment, there was no more scruples. He gently took the person in front of him into his arms. Tears trickled down from his eyes. He Yuanyue was in a dying state at this moment. She could not see. Fortunately, she could still feel her body. She felt that her body seemed to have fallen into a warm, strong, and reliable embrace. This feeling was somewhat familiar, yet strange at the same time. However, his originally drifting heart suddenly calmed down, and he actually felt that the slight fear he had towards the other world had also instantly disappeared. Her whole body was quiet. She closed her eyes and asked in a trembling voice, Who is it? Qin Fengyang closed his eyes and tried to control his sobs. He tried to calm his voice and said slowly, It's me. Oh. He Yuanyue leaned more and more quietly in his arms. There was only one last thought left in her mind. I am so happy. I can die in his arms in this life. I am so relieved. Suddenly she thought of something. She desperately opened her eyes and said, I am He Yuan. Qin Fengyang nodded hard. Old principal. Old principal. I am here. In the air, countless figures were falling. Their voices seemed to be shouting. Old principal. Old principal. Zhou Xiaoyan's voice suddenly sounded. She choked. Grandma He. Grandma He, I have successfully broken through. Please open your eyes and look. He Yuanyue tried hard to open her eyes, but she could not. She could only feel the figures in front of her. She quietly leaned in Qin Fengyang's arms. With the last of her strength, she murmured, It's so warm. I am so happy. Her body moved slightly, and then she stopped breathing forever. However, her face was full of satisfaction and happiness. The corners of her mouth were curved, and there was a smile. Her lifelong wish had been fulfilled. Her phoenix meridian had successfully broken through her soul. Before she died, her lover was by her side. Her embrace was warm, and her soul was supported. Qin Fengyang did not move. He just hugged her like that. He rested his chin on her head and rubbed it gently. He kept his mouth shut. 2 lines of tears silently dripped down from He Yuanyue's smiling face like a small river. However, He Yuanyue did not feel anything at all. Old principal, Jiang Zhangbin, Li Changjiang, Hu Ruoyun, everyone cried out in grief at the same time and knelt on the ground in unison. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan knelt at the front. In an instant, the entire phoenix head was filled with cries and sorrowful cries. Everyone felt as if their minds had suddenly gone blank for a moment. The wind whistled, and snow flew everywhere. The entire world was covered in white, and everything was clean. It was like the holy light of the full moon shining on the vast earth. After a long time, Sister Lan's bleak voice sounded, Don't cry. The old principal has sacrificed everything for the country, for the people, for Second High, and for the students. Now, her wish has been fulfilled. She has passed away with a smile. This is a happy funeral. She is finally not so tired anymore. Sister Lan asked everyone not to cry, but she herself was like a tearful person. Jiang Zhangbin's body trembled. He really felt like the sky had collapsed. The old principal, who had been like a mother to him, was gone. I don't have a teacher. I don't have a teacher. I don't have a teacher anymore. Jiang Zhangbin cried loudly. Suddenly, he grabbed Li Changjiang and shouted angrily, Why are you crying? Why are you crying? As the principal, why are you crying at this time? Hurry up and send the news of the old principal's death to Second High School. Send the teacher off. Tell all the brats who left Second High. All of them come back. Send the old principal off. Every one of them is the child of the old principal's heart. The old principal used her life's effort to raise us. I want to see who dares to not come back today. We are useless, useless. Jiang Zhangbin looked up and roared angrily. All these years, more than tens of thousands of students have left Second High, but not a single one of them could get the medicine to prolong the old principal's life. What use do we have for you? What use do we have for you? We only sucked the old principal's blood dry to grow, but we didn't get anything in return. Jiang Zhangbin looked up and roared angrily. What use do we have for you? Li Changjiang cried as she turned on her phone and sent a message to all the Second High School students. The old principal, He Yuanyue, passed away at midnight on the 16th of July. All Second High School students who see this message, please send this message. All the old principal's students, go home and send the old principal off. Once the message was sent out, it immediately caused a commotion everywhere. The old principal, all the students who were still in Phoenix City saw this message. It was as if they had seen a bolt from the blue. They immediately got out of bed and put on their clothes. They rushed out of their houses in tears and trekked through the snow to gather at Second High School. The tide of people from all directions gathered at Second High School in the waist-high snow. When the students of Number 2 High School who were already out of town saw the news, they immediately pushed aside everything they had to do and used all their means to find the fastest way to get to Phoenix City. Sun Moon Pass. In a certain military camp, a few bursting cries suddenly resounded through the military camp, the old principal. Then, a few burly men rushed into Shangguan Army's tent like a whirlwind. Their eyes were red and their faces were filled with tears. They were sorrowful, requesting leave. In various cities, streaks of light shot into the sky and headed towards Phoenix City to send the old principal off. He Yuanyue spent her entire life teaching. It was not an exaggeration to say that she had students all over the world. Countless people were crying and running back. I originally wanted to report to the old principal after I had some achievements. At least I would have the face to tell her that her efforts were not in vain. I really deserve to die. Why couldn't I go back earlier? Old principal, we are here to send you off. Countless people were still watching in their sleep. Their phones kept ringing. They woke up impatiently to answer the phone. Then, they fell into a daze with tears streaming down their faces. The moment they came back to their senses, they put on their clothes and headed back in the starry night, above Phoenix Head. Qin Fengyang was still hugging He Yuanyue tightly. No matter how anyone tried to persuade him, he would not let go. So light, so skinny. Qin Fengyang murmured as he carried He Yuanyue down the mountain slowly. It was as if he was carrying the only treasure in his life. He was so careful, so cautious, and so protective. I know, you are He Yuanyue. You are He Yuanyue. You are not Lu Qianqian. Is this what you want to say? Qin Fengyang murmured to himself. Yes, you are He Yuanyue. So what? You are Lu Qianqian. So what? In the end, you left me behind. Just like that time in Shangjing. You left me behind and never returned. You are so cruel. Last time, when you left me behind, I could still find you. Even if I searched for a lifetime, I would still have some hope. But this time, from now on, the spring flowers, autumn moon, summer wind, winter snow, everything in this world is meaningless to me. From now on, I will be the only one left in this world. Facing the wind, the frost, the furnace of heaven and earth, I will bear everything alone. There will be no more you, no more. You were so cruel. Before you left, you arranged so many things for me, so many regrets. You said you had so many things that you couldn't let go of. Hee, you just wanted me to do it for you, to complete it. I understand. You thought of everything for me, but you didn't think about what would happen to me without you. What would happen to me? Do you know how much I missed you all these years? Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Back then, you said that we would stay together for the rest of our lives. Back then, you said that we would have children together. Back then, you said that we would see the world together and grow old together. Qin Fengyang murmured, but in this life, I lost you completely. Lu Qianqian, do you know how much you owe me? How are you going to repay me? How are you going to repay me? 100 years of missing you, 80 years of searching, and a lifetime of yearning and loneliness. How are you going to repay me? How are you going to repay me? Give me back. Qin Fengyang was bleeding from his orifices, but he didn't seem to notice. He suddenly growled, Give me back! Give me back! Give me back! His vision turned black, and his body swayed a few times before he fainted. Everyone around him cried out in alarm. Zhou Xiaoduo searched for a long time. He asked Zhou Xiaonian, who had just broken through, to carry him. They spent an entire day and a half flying around Phoenix City in search of He Yuanyue's resting place. In the end, they confirmed that it was at the foot of Phoenix Huda's mountain peak. The old principal spent her entire life observing Phoenix City's providence. Let's leave her resting place here. She'll watch all her students live and work in peace. She'll watch as Phoenix City's providence rises day by day. She'll watch as the Phoenix vein is reborn. After confirming the location of the tomb, they decided on the manpower and began digging. Zhang Zhangbin and Sun Fengho's eyes were red. They almost fought with the students who rushed back. Of course, I'll build the old principal's resting place with my own hands. In the end, 8 of He Yuanyue's former students carried tools and headed to Phoenix Huitu. All of He Yuanyue's former students were dressed in white. They arrived at the same time to dig the tomb for the old principal. As they dug, their cries shook the sky. Streams of light came from all over the world. In front of the Sun Moon Pass, Marshal Dongfang specially sent out a military spaceship. All the soldiers from Second High boarded the spaceship and rushed back through the night. July 18th. Phoenix City was covered in mourning clothes. Thousands of miles of Phoenix City was filled with sorrowful music. The hearse started and circled around Second High. Then, it slowly left and drove toward Phoenix Huitu. Paper money fluttered in the air. It was as if the old principal was reluctant to leave Second High School, unable to bear to leave. On this day, all the flowers in Second High withered. All the students of Number 2 High School, including those who had graduated, as long as they were still alive, quietly followed behind the hearse and lined up spontaneously. Their clothes were as white as snow. The whole land was filled with holy white waves. They slowly moved toward Phoenix Huitu. At the front was a huge photo of He Yuanyue. She was still looking forward with a gentle and loving gaze. The two sides of the couplet were intertwined. The world of students, the eternal paragon. Some people once said that the eternal paragon was too much. However, the students of Second High insisted on using this sentence. There was no room for doubt. His white clothes were like the tide, endless and endless. Qin Fangyang's face was haggard as he walked at the front. Zhang Zhangbin and Hu Ruoyun felt like their hearts were being cut by a knife. In this last journey, Qin Fangyang could not use the identity of He Yuanyue's husband that he had hoped for the most, and that He Yuanyue had longed for the most. How cruel was this to such a pair of lovers? The only thing they could do was to let Qin Fangyang walk at the front and use silent facts to comfort this pair of lovers. The withered hearts of the living, the souls of the deceased in heaven. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian, one on the left and one on the right, held the photo. The procession slowly moved forward. There were still people in white mourning clothes rushing over from all directions in the sky. They quietly landed and consciously joined the procession, joining the funeral procession. This procession stretched for 60 miles out of the city. There were many people in white waiting quietly at the city gate, waiting to leave the city and join the procession. No one spoke, and no one cried. Along the way, no one made a sound. They were all afraid of disturbing the old principal's final review in heaven. Don't cry. Let the old principal leave quietly. Quietly, take one last look at Second High. Take one last look at us, and look at Phoenix City for one night. However, hot tears had already wet the ground within 100 miles. Countless students sobbed silently. They trembled and fainted a few times, until someone reminded them, speed up. Don't delay the old principal's burial time. Only then did the procession slowly speed up. Above Phoenix Head, the tomb had been dug. It leaned against the mountain and stood facing the sun. There were dragons on the left and phoenixes on the right. There was wind and water. All the funerary items had been placed in. Inside, there were countless treasures. They were all sent by the students. It was said that the treasures could increase the fortune of the past and future lives. Zhang Zhangbin, Sun Fengho, and the other students chose 8 representatives. They worked together to carry the coffin forward quietly. They did not dare to move at all. They were afraid of disturbing the old principal who had given them a new lease on life. Finally, the coffin fell silently and was sent into the tomb. Everyone knelt down in unison. Zhang Zhangbin and the others, who were at the front, held shovels and began to fill the soil silently. Every time a handful of soil fell, everyone felt a heart-wrenching pain in their hearts. It seemed that with every handful of soil that fell, they were further away from the old principal. When the last handful of soil fell, everyone began to lay stones and lay the tombstone. The tomb of He Yuanyue, the principal of Second High. It was such a simple name. On one side was the poem written by Duo. There are many regrets in this life. My great love fills the galaxy. The spring breeze spreads across the world. Thousands of years of history are carved in jade. This was what Yuanyue had chosen when she was alive. On the other side, the plum blossom small seal recorded Yuanyue's life. On the tombstone, Yuanyue's gentle and loving face was still quietly looking at everything in front of her. She looked at her students, looked at the phoenix vein that she had worked hard for her life, and looked at the thousands of lights in Phoenix City. 3 incense sticks were slowly lit. Everyone was still silent. They did not dare to make a sound for fear of disturbing the deceased. Finally, with tears in his eyes, Jiang Zhongbin pursed his lips and said in a trembling voice, "The old principal is already in peace. Now you don't have to worry about disturbing her. All of you can cry to your heart's content." As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening cry sounded. It was the cry that had been suppressed for a long time. At this moment, it was finally time to vent to their heart's content. Many people cried until their bodies trembled and fainted. The general of the Sun Moon Fortress held 2 special wreaths and slowly walked forward. These were 2 extremely special wreaths. They were made entirely of white jade and were incomparably huge. They were densely packed with metals, all of which were military medals of the soldiers from Second High. There was a dazzling array of at least 10,000 medals. The glory of tens of thousands of soldiers gathered here. There was also an inscription written by General Dongfang himself, "Eternal Glory." The leader, a burly man in white, knelt on the ground and cried out in tears, "Teacher, open your eyes and look. We didn't lose face for you. Teacher, we didn't lose face for you. We didn't lose face for Second High." All the students of Second High who returned from the Sun Moon Fortress saluted at the same time, then knelt down and cried bitterly. Wave after wave of students continued to pour in. The entire mountain was almost covered with wreaths. The smell of incense and candles stretched for thousands of miles and did not dissipate for a long time. Someone suddenly choked with sobs and began to recite the words that Yuanyue often said. "I hope that my home will not be destroyed. I hope that my country will not be invaded. I hope that my brothers will always be happy. I hope that my sisters will always be safe. I hope that I can protect all of this." At first, only one person was reciting while sobbing, but more and more people joined in. Later on, millions of people were reciting at the same time, and their voices shook thousands of miles. Everyone seemed to have seen Yuanyue suddenly appear in front of them with a heavy expression on her face. She looked at them and said softly, I hope that the children of Second High can walk out of this world with an indomitable spirit. I hope that the children of Second High, even if they can't become pillars, each of them can be an upright person. I hope." Listening to these familiar words, that respectable old man's greatest wish and deepest blessing was always on the tip of his tongue. Everyone's tears fell like rain. Piles of wreaths came forward. Countless students of Second High knelt in front of Yuanyue's grave. "Teacher." Wave after wave of people came and went. The light of incense and candles filled the entire Phoenix Turn. Even when it was late at night, there were still countless people lining up to offer incense and worship. From the beginning to the end, Qin Fangyang, who was dressed in black, stood at the side of the grave like a clay sculpture and did not say a word. He seemed to be completely empty. His eyes were empty and unfocused. His injuries did not get better at all. He had been using his willpower and cultivation to endure. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. No one knew what he was thinking. Duo saw that he was not in a good condition, so he forced a few bottles of water and a few elixirs to him. When he was fed water, he would drink it. When he was given pills, he would eat them. However, all of his actions were carried out in a completely unconscious state. Hundreds of thousands of people came and went. Qin Fangyang had been standing like this for 3 days and 3 nights. Duo, Long Yusheng, and the others had been waiting with him. Xiaoyan rushed back to take care of Mu Yinyan. She gave Mu Yinyan the healing elixir that Changlu had bought for her. She was surprised to find that Mu Yinyan's serious injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It should be known that the serious injury that Mu Yinyan suffered this time was so serious that it damaged her life. Her origin was also damaged to a considerable extent. She had taken more than a dozen life origin elixirs for her current condition. It could not be said that there was no effect at all, but the effect was minimal. Mu Yinyan was seriously injured by her senior brother Jiang Zhilan's sneak attack, and her heart meridian was damaged. After that, he disregarded his injuries and attempted to activate his self-destruction technique, dragging Jiang Zhilan along with him. Although he was saved by Han Song's palm and luckily survived, he had already activated part of his technique. Adding to his injuries, it was difficult for him to recover from his injuries. Seeing that the life origin elixirs in her hand had been exhausted, but her injuries had not recovered, Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly remembered that when she said that she was about to break through, her father said that he had spent 1 million yuan to buy the life origin elixir for her. She had always regarded it as a treasure and had never thought of using it. At this moment, she thought of it and immediately took it out. Originally, Zhou Xiaoyan did not think that this elixir would have much effect. But she had never expected that this elixir not only worked, but also worked so well. Mu Yinyan's life was seriously injured and her origin was damaged. But it was not only fully replenished, but also a large amount of surplus vitality, which drove Mu Yinyan's cultivation to advance strongly. She rushed to the threshold of the cloud transformation realm in one breath, and all the remaining vitality was turned into the foundation. At that time, Mu Yinyan only needed to launch a little power, and she could complete the breakthrough naturally. With such amazing efficacy, how could Zhou Xiaoyan not be shocked? How could it be so strong? An elixir of 1 million star coins. An elixir of 1 million star coins. The life origin elixir of 1 million star coins was just the normal market price. Where did Dad buy such good stuff? Zhou Xiaoyan said in her heart, should I buy more as a backup? It's better to let Gouda buy more and store more. When Mu Yinyan woke up, it was too late for her to break through. She took Zhou Xiaoyan to He Yuanyue's tomb. She left just like that. Mu Yinyan stroked the tombstone and felt extremely sad. May we be friends again in the next life? Mu Yinyan bowed deeply. After Mu Yinyan paid her respects, she wanted to say a few words to Qin Fangyang, but Qin Fangyang completely ignored her, as if he had no sense of the outside world. Mu Yinyan lit 3 incense sticks, stretched out her hand, and drew a line with her fingers. 3 drops of blood fell in front of the tombstone, emitting a faint red light, and then turned into a cloud of blood mist and disappeared. 3 drops of blood. 3 lives of sisters. Mu Yinyan said sadly, I have to go back. This time, there were 2 traitors in the sect, and they almost caused a great disaster. The sect must give an explanation. When I come back, I will come to see you again. Rest in peace. Mu Yinyan turned and left. Master. Zhou Xiaoyan called her worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Mu Yinyan stroked Zhou Xiaoyan's hair and said, you have to prepare well for the next period of time. Wait for me to come back. This time, I am also on the verge of breaking through. Go back to the mountain and break through. In this mortal world. Mu Yinyan showed a sad and helpless smile and shook her head gently. I don't dare to. Waving her hand, she floated away. Zhou Xiaoyan stayed, accompanying Zhou Xiaoduo and He Yuanyue to guard the tombstone. Zhang Zhangbin, Sun Fengho, Sister Lan, Long Yusheng, Wanli Xiu, Li Zhangming, and others. More than 30 people were guarding the tombstone. 6 days later, Qin Fangyang finally moved. His body moved, but he only took 1 step forward, and his whole body fell to the ground. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in unison. Zhou Xiaoduo rushed forward and helped him up, but they saw a trace of a smile on Qin Fangyang's withered face. However, after a long silence, this trace of a smile made everyone's heart jump. But Qin Fangyang didn't do anything that made everyone worried. He took the initiative to eat and drink some food, and after taking some pills, he didn't wait for anyone's help and used his own power to catalyze and heal his injuries. I'm fine. The body of a cloud transformation realm cultivator is strong, extraordinary. After a long time, Qin Fangyang stood up, turned his head, and looked at He Yuanyue's tombstone. He said indifferently, she left so many things for me to complete. How can I collapse? I'm leaving. Qin Fengyang looked at He Yuanyue's tombstone and said softly, "Stay here and wait for me obediently. When I'm done with these things, I'll come and accompany you." His tone was as if He Yuanyue was still alive, sitting in front of him, and their relationship had completely recovered. Qin Fengyang's expression and voice were full of affection and doting. "Everyone, don't worry about me." Qin Fengyang looked at the tombstone and smiled gently. "Don't worry, I won't die, and I won't do anything stupid. Actually, I already knew it was you. Actually, you already knew that I knew it was you. Silly girl. You made me act with you for so long. Is it still fun?" On the tombstone, He Yuanyue looked at Qin Fengyang with a smile, and her eyes seemed to be filled with affection. "So you watched me act, right? But did you see it? How you are now? How you were in the past? Did your husband care?" "I don't care." Qin Fengyang stepped forward and slowly stroked the tombstone, saying softly, "I don't care. You saw it, didn't you? Little girl, if there's a next life, you must let me recognize you." Qin Fengyang said gently, "Promise me." A whirlwind came, and the joss sticks and paper money danced in the wind, circling around Qin Fengyang as if He Yuanyue was answering him. Qin Fengyang's tears flowed freely, and he choked out, "You must let me know that you're still in this mortal world. Otherwise, there's no meaning in me living. I'm going back now, and have a good rest. Tomorrow is the 7th day of your death, and I'll come tomorrow night to accompany you. I'm leaving in the morning of the day after tomorrow. I'm going to kill those 2 enemies, and then I'm going to do everything you asked me to do. Everything that you wish for, your husband will definitely accomplish for you." Qin Fengyang's face was full of tears. "Qianqian, leave everything to me, don't worry. Just like before, the person you trust the most is me, and the person you worry about the most is also me. My silly little girl." Sister Lan stepped forward quietly and said, "Qin Fengyang, let's go together the day after tomorrow. Young mistress said before that if she goes, I'll take care of you for a while." Qin Fengyang's face was full of tears, but he smiled faintly. "There's no need, because I'm afraid that I'll fall in love with you, or you'll fall in love with me. I can't bear either outcome." Sister Lan's face was red. "Qin Fengyang, what do you mean?" Qin Fengyang said calmly, "I don't believe that you don't understand the meaning behind her words. I know she means well, but I understand her intentions even more. What I want to do is to go through mountains of knives and seas of fire, and every step is life and death. If you and I are together, can we be safe and never get hurt? If we get hurt, won't we take care of each other? A single man and a single woman taking care of each other. Haha. Based on my personality and your personality, no matter who gets hurt or is in danger, we'll do everything to save each other. After that, everything will be logical and natural. Maybe that's what she wants to see, but it's definitely not what I want to see. So, there's no need. You have a life that belongs to you, and I have things that I must do." Qin Fengyang turned around and faced the tombstone. He said softly, "Don't make arrangements for me anymore. Okay?" On the tombstone, He Yuanyue was still smiling affectionately. Qin Fengyang turned and left. His clothes fluttered, and he was dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Qinglong, and the others called out at the same time, "Teacher Qin." Qin Fengyang did not look back. He waved his hand with his back facing them. His body flashed a few times, and he disappeared without a trace. He did not say a word. On the 7th day of the 2nd day, the number of people who came to pay their respects suddenly increased. Everyone was busy for the whole day. At night, Qin Fengyang appeared on time. He was still dressed in black, and his movements were very neat. It was obvious that his injuries had improved greatly. He sat quietly in a secluded spot, closed his eyes, and did not speak or move. He ignored everyone. Even when Zhou Xiaoduo went forward to say a few words, Qin Fengyang still ignored him. Zhou Xiaoduo could only wring his hands and sigh at this. Since he was at a loss, he directly threw out a drop of Providence Point to confirm Qin Fengyang's recent luck. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. Then, he secretly stuffed a spatial ring into Qin Fengyang's pocket. Qin Fengyang noticed it, but he did not move or refuse. This kind of kindness could not be rejected. The night passed quickly. Qin Fangyang stood up and left with large strides. On this day, from the beginning to the end, he had not said a single word, not even uttered a single word. On the tombstone, He Yuanyue's eyes were still gently watching his back as he left. Qin Fangyang did not look back until his figure disappeared into the distance. He did not return to Second High. No one knew where he went. Perhaps it would be a long time before he returned to everyone's sight. Or perhaps they would never see each other again. Sister Lan appeared in front of the tomb and smiled bitterly. "Young mistress, you've arranged too many things. Please wait for me for a while. I have to go back to my hometown and arrange a cenotaph for you. Then, I'll come back to accompany you immediately. We've been together for a lifetime. You'll be lonely if I'm not around, right?" Sister Lan leaned on the tombstone and muttered, "Wait for me for a few days. I'll be back." She slowly retreated more than 10 meters and bowed deeply. "Wait for me to come back." A sword light rushed up. Sister Lan's figure flashed in the sky and disappeared. She went in a completely different direction from Qin Fangyang. At this point, there were only 10 people left in front of the tomb. Zhou Xiaoduo, Zhou Xiaonian, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, Li Chengming, Li Chenglong, Zhang Zhangbin, Sun Fengho, and Hu Ruoyun. Li Changjiang was still the principal of Second High. He could not stay here for long. There were too many things in Second High that required his attention. Second High had suddenly lost the old principal, He Yuanyue, Qin Fangyang, and Sister Lan. Without the three leaders, their overall strength had dropped to the lowest point in history. Even if no one dared to provoke Second High in the short term, who knew what would happen in the future? These were all problems that Li Changjiang urgently needed to solve. Yu Moyan had been holding the jade pendant that He Yuanyue had given him the entire time. "Old principal, I won't forget a single word you said. I'll definitely carry it out to the end. Those who should go back, go back." Hu Ruoyun said hoarsely, "Don't be willful. You all have your own things to do. Zhang Zhangbin, the old principal is most worried about you. He's afraid that you'll be willful and throw a tantrum. He wants me to tell you, do your job well. And your father, he's your biological father, not just me." Zhang Zhangbin answered blankly, but he still sat there without moving. 2 streams of tears streamed down his face again. The old principal was still concerned about him even before he died. Hu Ruoyun would never say such things about his biological father. "Xiaoduo, go back and cultivate. There's still a long way to go. Come and visit the old principal often."
Yes.
"Old son, you're not going to be the director of the Martial Arts Bureau anymore? Why aren't you going back?" Sigh. Zhang Zhangbin stared blankly at the tombstone and said, "Monkey son, we have to take good care of this place. When the old principal was alive, she tried her best to stop us from sending gifts. But after she passed away, everyone's goodwill was buried together with her. We have to be careful of thieves coming to rob the tombstone." Sun Fengho's eyes shone sharply. "Who dares to touch the old principal's tomb? I, Sun Fengho, will not live under the same sky as him. There's nothing lacking in this world, but there's no lack of thieves and greedy people." Zhang Zhangbin said calmly, "No matter what, we have to take good care of this place. Let's take turns. Even if we can't come, we have to send someone we trust." "Okay." Zhou Xiaoduo and the others walked for a long time. When they looked back, He Yuanyue's tombstone seemed to still be in front of them. That gentle and kind gaze seemed to still be looking at them. The 6 of them stopped at the same time and bowed deeply. "Grandma He, don't worry. You've worked hard all your life. Have a good rest. We'll bring back everything you want to see." Volume 1, Dancing in Phoenix City, Seeking Tao in the Mortal World has ended. This chapter has 12,000 words. It's not suitable to split it, so I'll just publish it all at once. Then I'll start writing the summary. Chapter 305. Zhou Xiaoduo and Long Yuxing didn't go home until the wee hours of the morning. Zhou Xiaoduo went home and lay on the sofa. He felt like his whole body was falling apart. Zhou Xiaonian had replaced all the broken doors and windows in the house in the past few days. The house was also cleaned up. It was much cleaner than before. "Teacher Qin, Said she wanted to see me touch her 3 times. But I don't know where she went. Zhuo complained on the sofa. Zhuo was busy in the kitchen. When she heard Zhuo talking, she asked, "What did you say?" There was no response. Only the sound of snoring could be heard. Zhuo had fallen asleep. During this period of time, Zhuo was really tired. After 2.5 months of suspense, he actually fell asleep when he relaxed. At least for a short period of time, he didn't have to be on tenterhooks anymore. With his current innate level cultivation and his divine sense almost perfect, he could still be so tired. It was obvious that his physical and mental exhaustion had reached the extreme. It was no small matter. Zhuo walked out of the kitchen and walked to the sofa. She looked at his sleeping face silently. Her heart became calmer and calmer. The candlelight illuminated the soul and enlightened the heart. "Thank you, doggy." She gently bent down and kissed Zhuo's face. Then she jumped up like a thief and looked around. Her face was as red as a monkey's butt. No one. There was really no one. Zhuo slowly calmed down. She paused and lowered her head again. She pecked Zhuo on the lips with unparalleled speed. Then she bounced up immediately as if she had been electrocuted. The whole series of actions happened in a flash, like a phantom. Coupled with the nonchalant expression on his face, he was calm and indifferent. Only his heart was beating wildly. It had already betrayed him. "Humph, I'll let you take advantage of me," Zhuo muttered to herself. Zhuo, who had already fallen asleep, smacked its lips and pursed its lips. Zhuo was startled, thinking that she was not asleep. Only after taking a closer look did he confirm that he was indeed asleep. Only then was she relieved. She went forward again, picked up Zhuo, and was about to put him on the bed, but she almost sprained her waist. So heavy. Could it be that this kid actually changed his own weight to 30,000 Jin? Zhuo was puzzled. He gently removed all the weights from Zhuo. Zhuo was sleeping like a dead pig. He didn't have any reaction to a certain someone's hands on him. Sure enough, it's 30,000 caddies. When did you change it? After a while, Zhuo carried him into the room and put him on the bed. She stared at his sleeping face for a long time. In the end, she giggled foolishly to herself before regaining her senses. She hurriedly pulled the blanket over him. Then she hurriedly slipped out of the room like a thief. Zhuo was in a good mood. She could not help but hum a song while washing the vegetables and rice. She was about to cook. She opened the refrigerator to see if there were any ingredients left. She frowned and thought for a while. Then she ran out to buy a few more vegetables and dozens of boxes of the best wine. She brought them home together. Dad is always reluctant to drink such good wine. Now that I've succeeded, I have no worries. I might as well buy more and store it. Zhuo felt a sense of accomplishment. Anyway, I'm using Xiaoduo's card. I suddenly feel very good. I'll cook a few more dishes to reward Doggy. Do you want to drink some wine tonight? She blushed again as she thought about it. She put her hands on her waist and said fiercely, "Doggy, don't think too much." Then she realized that Doggy was still sleeping and everything was her imagination. She could not help but blush again, but after a while, she felt at ease again. She hummed a song and began to cook. At this moment, Zhuo heart was only filled with indescribable happiness and peace. She wished that time would stop at this moment forever. Zhuo slept until 6:00 in the evening. During this time, he had more than a dozen dreams in succession. He did not know if it was because he was thinking about something during the day and dreaming at night, or because he could sense each other. Anyway, he dreamed about everything that he should and should not dream about. In his dream, Qin Fangyang appeared in a black suit and looked at him in the air in front of him. He was not as indifferent as he usually was. His face was heavy and his whole body was bleak. He said to him in a low voice, "Remember what I taught you. Don't embarrass me." Zhuo asked, "Teacher Qin, where are you going?" Qin Fangyang finally broke into a smile and said bitterly, "Where can I be at ease in the end of the world?" Then, he disappeared in a cloud of mist. Zhuo ran after him. "Teacher Qin, don't go. I still have something to say to you." Long Yuxing and the others dared to scold you. I heard it. Come back and beat them up. Then, a faint figure appeared in the cloud in front of him. Teacher Qin? Zhou Xiaoduo ran after him in surprise. He Yuanyue looked at him kindly and said, Xiaoduo, don't forget what I told you. Grandma He's lifelong wishes on you. Don't slack off. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you to achieve something. Lai Feng, tell Grandma He later. Grandma He, I'll remember. Have you seen Teacher Qin? He left just now. He Yuanyue smiled and her face became blurry. I'll go and find him. Before her voice died away, He Yuanyue also disappeared. Zhou Xiaoduo felt lost for a moment and murmured, You all left? Why did you all leave? In front of him, the sea of clouds was surging and the world was vast. In a trance, Mu Yinyan, dressed in white, came over coldly. She glanced at him and turned away without stopping. Why are you so poor? Do you have anything good for me? Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head and said, I really don't have anything. I'm so poor. What can I give you? Xiaolong was very disappointed and said, There's nothing? Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, How about I give you a drop of this? As he said that, he took out a luck point and said leisurely, Do you want this? This is good stuff. Xiaolong's eyes instantly became as bright as the sun. He nodded repeatedly, drooling. Yes, yes, yes. It's really good stuff. Here you go. Good friends should share wealth with each other. Zhou Xiaoduo generously threw the luck point over. It was a dream anyway. Xiaolong caught it in one gulp. Then, a satisfied look appeared on his face. You're so nice and generous. We're good friends. Do you have anything else? Give me more. Zhou Xiaoduo said expectantly. Since you said that we're good friends, shouldn't you give me something too? Xiaolong immediately became vigilant and cried, I'm the one who's going to die of poverty. You still want something from me? Woo-woo. As he cried, his body suddenly disappeared. He actually escaped. Fuck. Zhou Xiaoduo cursed. Fuck. He often heard people say that they were poor while sitting on a mountain of gold. This Xiaolong was even worse. He was sitting on a mountain of gold, but he still wanted to cry about being poor. This simply pushed the level of crying poverty to a whole new level. My luck points are really good stuff, but I didn't get anything back. What a loss. Then, the world returned to its original state. While Zhou Xiaoduo was confused, he was surprised to see a snow-white phoenix coming to his left. The phoenix frowned and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. What are you doing here? Zhou Xiaoduo said. Playing. The phoenix's body shook and turned into an adorable kitten. It meowed twice and said, Do you recognize me? Zhou Xiaoduo laughed heartily and his eyes lit up. Nian Nian cat. Without saying a word, he picked up the kitten and stroked it up and down. He was having a great time. The cat in his arms also ran around Zhou Xiaoduo's body and seemed to be enjoying it. However, in a trance, the kitten turned into Zhou Xiaoyan again. She lay in his arms and said softly, Xiaoduo, can I be your wife? Zhou Xiaoduo was overjoyed. Okay, let's consummate our marriage now. Zhou Xiaoyan was very shy. No. Zhou Xiaoduo's wolf nature was unleashed. He went forward and pressed her down. Where are you going? He even laughed like a pervert. Wah! Slap. Zhou Xiaoduo was slapped hard. A clear voice said, What are you laughing at? Zhou Xiaoduo turned over and opened his eyes. He was surprised to see Zhou Xiaoyan in front of the bed. His eyes lit up and he laughed. Nian Nian cat, come, let's consummate our marriage. He went forward and hugged Zhou Xiaoyan and pressed her down on the bed. Zhou Xiaoyan was furious. She was not willing to give in. With a few punches and kicks, she beat Zhou Xiaoduo until he was in pain. With another kick, Zhou Xiaoduo flew into the air and hit the wall. Then, he fell hard on the ground. It hurt. At this time, Zhou Xiaoduo finally woke up. He screamed, This is not a dream? Zhou Xiaoyan's face was red. She got up from the bed and pressed Zhou Xiaoduo down. She struck a pose like Wu Song hitting a tiger. Little dog, you are really bold now. As she said that, she was about to punch him again. Zhou Xiaoduo was terrified. He begged for mercy. Sister Nian Nian, I was really dreaming just now, really. I'm not lying to you. I even dreamed of a dragon, a phoenix, and a phoenix turned into a kitten. I made you dream of all those weird things. Zhou Xiao and Yin pulled Zhou Xiao Duo up and dragged him to the faucet. He turned on the faucet and washed him with cold water. Are you awake? Are you awake? I'm awake. I'm awake. Zhou Xiao Duo wanted to cry. Dreams are better. Hurry up. Zhou Xiaoyan left Zhou Xiao Duo and walked out. Her face was still red. She said angrily, There are guests at home. Guests? There are guests at home? Zhou Xiao Duo was stunned when he heard this. I just had a dream and there are guests at home? Is this reality or a dream? He checked subconsciously and couldn't help but be stunned. My luck point is really one less. Chapter 306. Zhou Xiao Duo was dumbfounded. I gave Xiaolong 1 point in my dream. But that was just a dream, okay? Why did I lose 1 point? This thought it was real. It was just that 1 point was missing. Zhou Xiao Duo had always been very clear about what he had. Not to mention the fact that he had only accumulated 26 luck points up until now. Even if it was the balance in his bank account, he still remembered the number after the decimal point clearly. Losing 1 providence point was like the sky was collapsing. Zhou Xiao Duo almost fainted from the heartache. He was still a little confused. Even in my dream, I can't give things to people casually? Is the society now so complicated? That Xiaolong took my luck points, but didn't give me anything. I've lost so much. The more Zhou Xiao Duo thought about it, the more he lost. He beat his chest and stamped his feet. Zhou Xiaoyan's urging voice came from outside. Zhou Xiao Duo suppressed his sadness and hurriedly wiped his face. When he walked out, he was stunned. There were indeed guests in the living room. 3 women. One of them was the superstar Gu Luoyan. The other 2 women were cold and full of energy. They were Gu Luoyan's 2 divine shadow bodyguards. These 2 bodyguards had played a key role in the battle to protect the Phoenix Vein. If Fang Yinua's sudden appearance at the end had the effect of turning the tide, then these 2 bodyguards were the key to dragging the situation all the way to the final moment. At this moment, the 3 of them were looking at Zhou Xiao Duo with half smiles. Ayaya, superstar, we are honored by your presence. Sorry for the lack of manners. Sorry for the lack of welcome. Zhou Xiao Duo looked enthusiastic and hurried forward. Do you want tea or plain water? I have some water here. You didn't hear anything just now, right? Gu Luoyan smiled faintly. What cat? Consummation. We didn't hear anything. Yes, yes. If you put it that way, I'll believe you. Zhou Xiao's expression didn't change. As he brewed the tea, he said, I'm an extremely emotional creative genius. You should also understand that if a person has any burdens in his heart, especially if there's something that makes him unhappy, then he can't even write a single song. AI, my emotions are so weak that no one else can. Can you understand? Gu Luoyan smiled and said, Second sister, your brother is threatening us. Sister, beat him up. Zhou Xiaoyan's voice rang out in the kitchen. Second sister? Big sister? Zhou Xiao Duo was surprised. You. Nian Nian and I find each other pleasing to the eye. We've already become sworn sisters. Gu Luoyan smiled and said, Xiao Duo, you have to be more respectful to big sister in the future. Zhou Xiao Duo was completely dumbfounded. I'm still dreaming, right? It should still be, right? It must be. How did this happen all of a sudden? He quickly used the excuse of making tea as an excuse to run to the kitchen. What's going on? Zhou Xiaoyan, you've really got guts. Mom and Dad aren't home, and you brought him home. You even became sworn sisters with him. Do you know what kind of person he is? Zhou Xiao Duo was very dissatisfied. How am I supposed to take advantage of you like this? No matter what Sister Yan's original intention was, she did help us a lot in the end. How can I not agree when she wants to be sworn sisters? Zhou Xiaoyan frowned. Hurry up and go entertain the guests. I'm cooking. You're cooking? Zhou Xiao Duo rolled his eyes. Are you sure you're not trying to poison your sister to death? Zhou Xiao Duo. Zhou Xiaoyan flipped out. Zhou Xiao Duo ran out of the kitchen with his head in his hands. Gu Luoyan didn't feel offended at all. She smiled and sent an audio file to Zhou Xiao's phone. Xiao Duo, listen to this. This is the new version of Blood-Stained Elegance that I've revised several times. Zhou Xiao Duo opened the audio file and joked, Sister Yin, you have to be careful. Don't send me any audio files that are not suitable for children. I'm still young. Gu Luoyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She raised her hand and was about to hit him. I'll beat you to death. Listen to the music. Listen to the music. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his hand. The prelude has already started. Look at you. You're a big star and a music expert. You can't keep your cool at all. Gu Luoyin almost vomited to death. She kept rolling her eyes. On the other hand, the two divine shadows had a smile on their cold faces. It was rare to see Gu Luoyin lose her composure like this. This Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to be born with a sense of intimacy, making people unable to dislike him at all. Yes, although she would always be angered by him to the point of wanting to beat him up, it was difficult for her to take action. In the end, it was very difficult for her to truly hate him. It felt like they were their own naughty children. Naughty children were different from naughty children. They could be beaten and scolded, but they would never hate them. The audio was turned on. The prelude was beautiful but heroic. Gu Luoyin's voice sounded with a touch of sadness. Maybe I'll say goodbye. Zhou Xiaoduo closed his eyes and listened until the end. He didn't make any comments, but he frowned. How is it? Gu Luoyin felt uneasy at this moment. She was an expert in music theory, and she felt that she had already displayed her own attainments in the song, blood-stained style, to the fullest. To her, it was already perfect. But at this moment, facing Zhou Xiaoduo's evaluation, he actually felt very guilty. He asked himself, did I do my best? Did I do my best? The purpose of this song is to move people's hearts. It's not to use the music to move people's hearts. The rhythm of your song is too sad. Too much is as bad as not enough. I suggest you add more drum beats to match it. Other than that, there are no big problems. The climax of this song. If you can add more harmonies and make it heavier, it should be much better. Gu Luoyin's eyes lit up. She immediately wrote down Zhou Xiaoduo's suggestions. With her knowledge in music theory, she had already played the song in her mind when Zhou Xiaoduo talked about it. Although she was in a trance for a moment, she knew how good it was. She couldn't help but admire it. And your voice. Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a while, and finally decided to be blunt. It's too sad. This song is indeed sad, but sadness only accounts for 1/3 of the weight. Zhou Xiaoduo said in a deep voice, the sacrifice without regrets, the courage to face life and death, the feeling of indifference to life and death, and the pride of a hero. That's the most important thing. You put too much emphasis on the sadness. You're putting the cart before the horse. Gu Luoyin thought for a while and said, can you make it clearer? It's just that. Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a moment and said, my original intention in composing this song wasn't to make people cry. Do you understand? I want people to be excited after listening to it. They want to rush to the Sun and Moon Pass. To fight. Can you understand this kind of atmosphere? Zhou Xiaoduo said, there's heroism in the heaviness. There's sublimation in the sadness. There's no regret even if you have to sacrifice yourself. You're in deep thought and full of passion. That's about the feeling. Gu Luoyin frowned and started to search for this feeling. Zhou Xiaoduo said indifferently, if you still can't grasp it, you might as well think about it from another angle. Temporarily throw this song to the back of your mind and think about those warriors who are fighting in front of you. Actually, each of them, when they leave their hometown to go to the Sun-Moon Pass. Maybe some of them want to make a name for themselves, bring glory to their ancestors, and bring glory to the future generations. But most of them have a kind of, the wind is blowing, the water is cold, and the brave warriors will never return. This kind of attitude. That is to say, since they leave home to go to the Sun and Moon Pass, to go to the front line, they are prepared to sacrifice themselves. So life and death, for them, is too normal. It's not even worth mentioning. What they care about is the value of their deaths, their sacrifices, and what kind of value they can show. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and said, Star Luoyin, forgive me for being blunt. Although you've sung a lot of songs, your eyes and mind are mostly on those warriors, the widows and families of those heroes. Only the heroes themselves. Forgive me for being blunt. Maybe you don't understand. Zhou Xiaoduo said sharply, if so, you can't sing this song well. The song is the heart. I don't need to tell you this. Gu Luoyin was sweating. She was speechless for a while. Gu Luoyin pondered for a long time. Then she stood up and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Brother Xiao Duo. I've learned a lot. I'll go back and edit it. Then I'll come back to you. Zhou Xiaoduo asked curiously. I thought you could only stay here for 5 days? Why haven't you left yet? I'm not going to take the blame for this. Gu Luoyin smiled bitterly. You really have to take the blame for this. It's the plan you proposed. Governor Zhan of South G City thought it was a great idea. Now, everyone in South G City is holding this selection. The atmosphere is very warm. So Governor Zhan and I discussed and asked me to postpone it for a few more days, because the atmosphere hasn't reached the boiling point yet. Gu Luoyin smiled bitterly. Forget it. I've completely become a tool for once. Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, if that's the case then, will there be a problem with South G City's selection? We need to be careful of those families of the officials who use the name of the widows of the heroes to occupy the first-class seats. It's the age of the internet. A photo or a video can be known by the whole world. Gu Luoyin said, they won't dare to do this. Besides asking people to strictly enforce the rules, I've also sent the public order squad to ensure that everything goes smoothly. This time, I'm really showing my sincerity to the families of the heroes. Zhou Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said, but if that's the case, isn't the 1,000 tickets you promised too little? Indeed, it's too little. Gu Luoyin frowned. No matter what, there are some who can't go. Over the years, the number of martial heroes who have been sacrificed or disabled is more than tens of millions. Zhou Xiaoduo suggested, then how about another 1,000? 2,000? Or 3,000? Gu Luoyin. The previous 1,000 tickets were personally given by you, Big Star. Didn't South G City do anything about it? Zhou Xiaoduo egged him on. Logically speaking, South G City should give more. Otherwise, the so-called promotion will just be a gimmick. It'll be hard to avoid criticism in the future. You're right. It's more in line with the benefits of the martial heroes, and it'll be easier for South G City to accept. Gu Luoyin pondered. But how can I make it happen? Will it be effective if I say it directly? Zhou Xiaoduo said confidently. Of course, it won't be effective if you say it directly, but if you use public opinion, cough, 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 cough. The two divine shadows who were drinking tea choked when they heard this. This kid was really scheming. This was to let South G City gain the benefits of reputation. Even if it wasn't to the point where they couldn't get any benefits, it would still reduce their vested interests. Gu Luoyin didn't care about money, so it didn't matter. But if South G City did this, they would have to cough up a considerable portion of the profits. At this time, a delicious aroma filled the air. Zhou Xiaoyan made a table full of dishes and brought them out one after another. When all the dishes were served, she even opened a bottle of wine. It was the top-grade wine that she had specially bought. But the 5 people present weren't good drinkers, especially Zhou Xiaoduo, who had drunk too much last time. He still had lingering fears when he saw wine, so he didn't dare to drink it. When he opened the bottle of wine, no one came to support him, so he awkwardly closed it again. After the meal, Gu Luoyin and the others didn't stay any longer. They immediately bid farewell and left. Obviously, they were in a hurry to go back and edit the music score. Although Zhou Xiaoduo had only given a few pointers, he had directly pointed out the key points. It was as if he had been enlightened, and it was time for his thoughts to surge. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan worked together and quickly cleared the table. Then, they washed the dishes. This kind of atmosphere gave birth to an extremely novel feeling. It was like a young couple who had just formed a family and was experiencing the atmosphere of living together for the first time. Duo dog. Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes moved. Nian nian cat. Zhou Xiaoduo replied softly. Duo dog. Nian nian cat. Dog. Cat. I'll beat you to death. What did you call me? Puff puff puff. Ah. Inexplicably, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The two of them immediately wrestled with each other. The originally warm and harmonious atmosphere was gone. After a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo sat on the sofa and imitated Zhou Changlu's behavior as the head of the family. He held the newspaper and read it. Beside his hand, There was a cup of green tea. It was quite vivid. If he hadn't poured that cup of green tea himself, it would have been even more similar. Only his red ears clearly showed that the head of the family had just been abused. Zhuxiaoyan finished cleaning the room and sat opposite Zhuxiaoduo. She also made a cup of tea for herself and stretched her straight and round long legs lazily and elegantly. She was 173 meters tall, but she had long legs that were more than 1 meters. Zhuxiaoduo secretly looked at her and wanted to touch her legs. He warned her, "Your proportions are wrong. It should be according to my touch here, then this, then that." He thought about it for a long time, but in the end, he didn't dare to do it. Begging for votes. 2 chapters today. This chapter also costs 4,000 yuan. Something came up and I accompanied my wife back to her parents' house. Chapter 307. Why did you become sworn brothers with Gu Luoyan? I didn't like that girl before. Zhuxiaoduo started to make things difficult for her. She insisted on becoming sworn brothers with me. She lent me 2 god's shadows to help me get through a dangerous situation. She took the initiative to ask me to become sworn brothers with her, which lowered her status. If I backed down now, it would be pretentious, Zhuxiaoyan explained weakly. Humph. She lent me the god's shadows and I won the prize. How can I owe her a favor? Even if I owe her a favor, it's mine. It has nothing to do with you. Let me tell you, her purpose is definitely not pure. She's obviously after me. Zhuxiaoduo said earnestly, let me tell you, Yin Cat, you're the one who invited the wolf into the house. If I can't resist the temptation and have feelings for that lonely goose, you'll lose everything. It's not like you don't know how handsome I am and how popular I am with girls. No way. Zhuxiaoyan widened her eyes. Obviously, she couldn't follow Zhuxiaoduo's train of thought. Humph, think about her attitude towards me today. It was like she worshipped me. Didn't you see it? Someone said proudly with his nose in the air. Even if she has feelings for you, will you fall for Gu Luoyan? Zhuxiaoyan asked worriedly. Zhuxiaoduo waved his hand casually, of course. Suddenly, he became alert and said seriously, of course not. She's a superstar, but she doesn't have the elegance of a real superstar. Her image is not good enough. I don't like her at all. Zhuxiaoyan rolled her eyes. How's your cultivation after the breakthrough? How do you feel? Is your foundation solid? Zhuxiaoduo asked. I feel very good. Speaking of this, Zhuxiaoyan's face glowed. Then, he sighed and said, these few days, I spent quite a lot of money. For all the teachers who sacrificed themselves to protect me. I went to each of their houses. We don't have much money, so I only kept 200,000 for each of them. In total, I spent 7 million. Zhuxiaoyan sighed softly. In addition to all my savings, I also spent 3 million on your card. But I still feel indebted to them. Zhuxiaoduo heard this and became silent. After a long time, he said in a low voice, see, can you help me ask the government to take care of the teachers' families? Their children's school fees. Ask them to apply for a discount. It's best if it's completely free. Sigh. We're still too weak. Our words. Zhuxiaoyan sighed. I succeeded in the breakthrough and my future is bright. But when I saw the heavy atmosphere in each family, I felt worse. If it weren't for their sacrifice, how could I have broken through so smoothly? Maybe some people will say that this is a matter of the fate of the continent. But after all, they protected me. Xiaoduo, we can't forget this kindness. Zhuxiaoduo nodded heavily, yes. He could be cruel and merciless to any enemy, but he was soft-hearted to his own people, especially those who suffered because of his family. In the future, when you and I are strong, don't forget these people who helped us. We won't dare to forget them for the rest of our lives. Zhuxiaoyan said in a low but determined voice. Yes. Zhuxiaoduo agreed without hesitation. There was no trace of his usual stinginess. As long as you and I don't die, no one can bully them. Clap. The brother and sister high-fived each other and solemnly made this vow. After a long silence, they talked about the breakthrough. The inner core realm. I finally reached. My inner core realm seems to be a little different from others. Zhuxiaoyan said with a frown. Master Qin once seriously mentioned that when one's cultivation reaches a bottleneck, one should try to squeeze as much energy out of one's dantian as possible and repeatedly calm the agitated true yuan to break through. In this way, when one can't control the true yuan and breaks through, not only will there be few opponents in the same realm, but it won't be difficult to challenge those in a higher realm. Although I haven't officially tested my current combat power when I made the breakthrough, I managed to kill all the enemies from the Wizard Alliance by myself. Although I relied on the help of the sword and sledgehammer, it's obvious that my combat power is extremely high, and it's beyond the scope of the realm itself. Sister Nian, you have suppressed the agitation of your vital qi no less than 50 times, so your foundation must be much deeper than ordinary people. Even if there is a big difference, it is reasonable and not surprising. No, the difference I'm talking about is very different from the difference you're talking about. The so-called inner core realm is to condense the elixir directly from the embryonic breathing realm. But my elixir, Zhou Xiaoyan said with some hesitation, it's like a white ice cube, and I asked Master, others usually start with the size of a soybean. Mine. How big is yours? Mine. I feel like it's the size of a ping-pong ball. And it's 2 ping-pong balls. Zhou Xiaoyan said softly. I didn't tell anyone about this. Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. Doesn't that mean you also have 2 balls? Doesn't that mean you're the same as me? This. Bullshit. Zhou Xiaoyan was furious. You're looking for death. Then, she rushed forward with a red face and dragged Zhou Xiaoduo down from his position as the head of the family, giving him a good beating. This beating was very solid, without any mercy. It was really a punch to the flesh. Zhou Xiaoduo was almost beaten to death by Zhou Xiaoyan. No matter how he begged for mercy, her pink fists were always like a cat's hammer. Yes, it was that heavy. It was not an exaggeration to say that. Zhou Xiaoduo also knew that his words had really offended her. It was natural for Zhou Xiaoyan to be angry. Begging for mercy was futile, so he could only hold his head and howl, passively taking the beating. After a while, Zhou Xiaoyan finally stopped, but her face was still cold. No matter how Zhou Xiaoduo apologized and played tricks, she still ignored him. The evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head and wagged his tail, trying his best. However, Zhou Xiaoyan's face was still cold, and she did not show any mercy. Zhou Xiaoduo knew that Zhou Xiaoyan was really angry this time. He scratched his head and said, according to what you said, you have 2 inner cores in the inner core realm. Doesn't that mean your body is at least twice as strong as the average inner core cultivator? And the size of your inner core is so big. How can I surpass you in the future? Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes moved, but she was still cold and did not say a word. Speaking of which, I'm really lucky. Although I've planned a lot, I never thought that you would benefit from this disaster. You've suppressed your cultivation for so many times. This kind of achievement should be unprecedented, especially since you're so beautiful. Right now, I feel a great sense of danger. What should I do? Zhou Xiaoduo secretly looked at Zhou Xiaoyan from the corner of his eyes. Zhou Xiaoyan was still cold. I don't know where Mom and Dad went. Now that they've completed the breakthrough, they're not back yet. Do you think they'll have another child? Then my status in the family will be lowered by another level. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly thought of something and blurted it out. Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes moved, and her lips moved. She wanted to scold him, but in the end, she did not say anything. Why don't we go and get the certificate first? This way, both of us will feel more at ease. Zhou Xiaoduo touched his chin and said, you know where to put the household register, right? We have the ID card. Zhou Xiaoyan still did not say a word, but her face was blushing. The big exam is in a few days. Sigh. These days they've been discussing which high martial arts school to go to. How would I know which high martial arts school is suitable for me? Zhou Xiaoduo sighed more and more. Zhou Xiaoyan restrained herself and tried hard to show an indifferent attitude. Why don't we get the certificate first? Zhou Xiaoduo smiled mischievously and said, what if you're seduced by someone else? Zhou Xiaoyan's face turned cold again. By the way, our household registers are in the same household register. I don't think we can get a marriage certificate. Our current situation seems to be called fake blood relatives. The law is very ambiguous about our situation. If it is really not allowed, then it will be a big problem. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and said, "How do you think we should solve this problem?" Zhou Xiaoyan looked up at the chandelier, and her spiritual eyes moved quietly. "You're going to study in a few days, and we'll have to part ways." Sigh. Zhou Xiaoduo was worried and said, "There are so many troublesome things. I just wanted to rest for a few days, but there are still so many things to deal with." Zhou Xiaoyan's face softened, and there was a hint of sadness. "Why don't we make it a fact and get married?" Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly said, and his words were earth-shattering. "Get out of here." Zhou Xiaoyan could not hold back anymore. She scolded with a red face, "Do you believe that I won't be able to hold back and slap you to death?" After saying that, she stood up and walked into the room and slammed the door shut. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed foolishly outside and did not feel offended at all. He. Sitting alone in the living room and drinking tea, he tried to control himself and not think about many things. He did not think about Qin Fangyang, He Yuanyue, and Mu Yinyan. He had been talking nonsense for so long, but he still could not let it go. Soon, Zhou Xiaoyan also came out with a melancholy face. Yes, he really could not let it go. The people who were so important to him had all left. How could he let it go with a few words? "I'm thinking about Grandma He," Zhou Xiaoyan said sadly. "Me too." Zhou Xiaoduo was silent. His mouth, which was always good at talking, had become a sawmouth gourd. Now that Zhou Xiaoyan had made a breakthrough, his battle prowess had increased tremendously. Although he had just made a breakthrough, there was no doubt that he could defeat an ordinary infant transformation realm cultivator with his origin core realm battle prowess. This was undoubtedly great news. Not to mention that she had the power of the phoenix soul in her body. Her foundation was unfathomable, and her future was limitless. This was something to be happy about, but the two of them were not happy at all. They did not even have the desire to explore the depth of their combat power after breaking through. "I really hope I won't encounter such things again in the future." Zhou Xiaoyan sat in front of the window, hugging her knees, and looked up at the moon in the sky. Chapter 308. Zhou Xiaoduo also walked over and looked up at the moon. What he was thinking was, where did Teacher Qin go? And Sister Lan, where did she go? And Fang Yinhua from the Umno Alliance, where did she go? And the girl from the Umno Alliance who found her parents, where did she go? Would she become an unstable factor in the future? Lastly, where was Meng Qintian who had gone missing? Was he plotting something again? Compared to the disappointment of Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan, the governor's mansion and shield were in a state of jubilation. Except for Director Jiang Zhongbin, who had just returned and looked at everyone with a gloomy face. The others were all beaming with joy and cheering thunderously. This time, the humans from the Astral Souls had wiped out all the hidden forces of the Umno Alliance in Phoenix City. All the spies that had been hidden for decades had been uprooted in one fell swoop. This was undoubtedly a huge victory. Not to mention the success of the Phoenix Pulse Soul layout. The benefits were even greater. Other than the compensation for the dead and injured, the celebration banquet was also a must. 1,000 miles away, Qin Fangyang, who was dressed in black, was walking alone in the wilderness with a pale face. Like a wisp of smoke, he climbed to the highest point of a mountain. Finally, he could not help but turn around and look behind him. He could no longer see the other side. However, Qin Fangyang could still feel that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the other side. "Fangyang, take care of yourself." "Yes, I will." Qin Fangyang nodded silently. He felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He took out the ring that Zhou Xiaoduo had given him. This spatial ring was stuffed into his pocket by Zhou Xiaoduo. He did not know when it was. When he opened it to check the contents, he could not help but be moved. Strictly speaking, there wasn't much inside. It was just 300,000 yuan in cash and gifts from Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Li Changming, Yu Moyan, and Li Chenglong. However, the jade of astral souls given by Zhou Xiaoduo was very different from the commonly seen jade of astral souls. It was black. A total of 30 pieces. This is the highest quality jade of astral souls. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and turned around. He seemed to seize Xiaoduo's cheeky grin. There was also a letter inside. Teacher Qin, I don't think you'll need too much money. I'm still so poor, so I can only give you this much. In addition, I'll give you a few black stones to play with. Don't think it's too little, Qin Fangyang shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. Giving something away and writing a letter already made people want to beat him up. Was this a normal black stone? He casually took out so many high-quality jade of astral souls and still complained about being poor. This little bastard. Suddenly, he had the urge to turn around, grab this kid, and kick him 100 shuttlecocks. Then, there were messages from Wanli Xiu, Long Yuxing, and Li Chenglong. Qin Fangyang's heart warmed when he saw the few words that were filled with concern. He felt very comforted. They're all good kids. You must work hard. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. He looked at them longingly before his figure shot into the night sky like an arrow. At the same time, there was another person who was also looking at Phoenix City from 1,000 miles away. That was Meng Qintian. It's a failure. It's a complete failure. As an emissary, Meng Qintian did not show up after arranging the killing of Phoenix City. When the operation began, he had already left the city. He quietly waited for the final outcome of the situation. When the killing wolf starlight array in the sky collapsed, Meng Qintian simply moved and quickly left the boundary of Phoenix City. When Fang Yinhua contacted him again, Meng Qintian had already changed his appearance and settled down in Tai City. Sir Emissary, the operation has failed. Fang Yinhua's voice was extremely weak, as if he was enduring great pain. Meng Qintian asked indifferently, how many people survived? Only myself. I've already lost 70% of my life. Sir Emissary, you should throw away this number and disappear immediately. Meng Qintian was silent for a moment. What about you? I'll think of a way to leave. Fang Yinhua said. I'm still confident in staying alive. Good. Meng Qintian did not hesitate and crushed the phone. His eyes flashed. Only Fang Yinhua survived? This Fang Yinhua is not a small problem. No matter what the reason was, in the end, he was the only one who survived. Whether there was a problem or not, he had to die. I can't put him in an important position in the future. Meng Qintian's face was gloomy. He silently threw the phone into the trash can beside him and immediately walked out as if nothing had happened. After changing 4 or 5 identities, he settled down in a small hotel beside Tai City City Gate. Evacuate as soon as possible. After so many years of planning, it's all gone in one day. Even the Meng family's foundation that was originally in my hands is gone. I'll take this as a reflection. That night, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan, who were tossing and turning, could not sleep, suddenly remembered something important. It was something that had been forgotten by Zhou Xiaoduo, but it could solve the urgent problem at hand. Collect the spoils of war and make money from the dead. Zhou Xiaoduo had previously fought against 100 people. Although the grade of the spatial rings he had snatched was not high, there were still a lot of them. He opened them one by one and gathered the funds and resources one by one. It had to be said that there were not many cultivation materials in these low-grade spatial rings, and the quality was also poor. However, there was a lot of cash. After checking all the spatial rings, there were more than 5 million star yuan in cash and tens of thousands of mid-grade astral souls jade. There were also various elixirs, various saber, sword, and footwork manuals. I'm not interested in the rest. Zhou Xiaoyan put the 5 million star yuan into her spatial ring and said, I'll give you the rest. I'll give this money to the family members of the seniors who sacrificed themselves in the Phoenix Pulse. Zhou Xiaoduo agreed. That's not a problem. However, you shouldn't give it all at once. I'm afraid that it might be dangerous for them. It's better to split it up, monthly or yearly. Don't give them too much at once. It'll bring disaster to them. They've lost their pillar of support and can't withstand the storm. Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly understood. That's true. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed softly. It's just that we don't have enough money. If we have enough money, we can consider setting up a trust fund to give money to the family members who sacrificed themselves in the war. That would be ideal. All right, let's take a look at these saber, sword, footwork, and other secret manuals. Although they may seem low-grade, these are all methods from the UMNO Alliance. It's better to know than not, Zhuo suggested. Who knows, we might be able to dig out some treasures? No one said that low-grade martial arts can't have outstanding effects, right? The possibility is very small. However, what you said makes sense. We can use other people's techniques to improve Jade. There's no harm in taking a look. Perhaps there's really something we can learn from. Didn't Dad always ask us to modify the Rain Sword and Storm Sword? Zhuo suggested. I'm thinking that if we're familiar with it, there's no harm in separating out some of the best moves and integrating them into other martial arts. It'll be enough to make us look like we're right, but actually not right. Even if someone asks, with today's event as a foreshadowing, we already have a lot of low-grade martial arts from the UMNO Alliance. It's not surprising that we occasionally have a few high-end moves. That's a good idea. Dad warned us first. There must be a reason for that. It's the best choice if we try to avoid it. In this world, Zhuo had 3 people she could trust unconditionally: Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, and Zhuo Xiaoduo. As for the others, even Mu Yinyan was a little inferior. It was not that Mu Yinyan couldn't be trusted, but Zhuo Xiaoyan felt that Kunlun Taoism was too complicated through this series of events, and Mu Yinyan was just a cultivation maniac in the sect. Zhuo Xiaoyan even felt that her master knew more about the ways of the world than she did. In the morning, Zhuo Xiaoduo came to school very early, but he didn't plan to read people's fortune today. Originally, as the temperature recovered, even the heavy snow had already melted away. Today, there were a lot of people lining up to read people's fortune. Master Zhuo hadn't read people's fortune for a week, and those who wanted to ask for advice were all anxious. But this time, Master Zhuo still said something with an apologetic face and entered the school. I'll start reading people's fortune tomorrow. During this time, I've been mentally unbalanced, so it may not be accurate. Please forgive me. Entering the school, everyone's eyes were red, whether it was the teachers or the students. Although a few days had passed, everyone was still immersed in the matter of Hiyunue's death and hadn't recovered yet. Entering the class, the students of the 9th class were all there, but everyone's mood showed an exceptionally low state. One by one, they sat in their seats and looked at the podium. From time to time, they looked at the door. Everyone was waiting for a miracle. Maybe Qin Fangyang's tall and straight figure would walk through the door with a straight face again. Everyone's eyes were filled with speechless hope. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a while and stood on the podium. He knocked on the table with his hand and said in a low voice, "Students, there's no need to wait any longer. Teacher Qin has already left." Everyone's expression changed at a rate visible to the naked eye, and then it became sad. Many of the female students' eyes were already glistening with tears. Bai Bingbing laid on the table and sobbed. She would never forget how Teacher Qin used his own cultivation to guide her cultivation, to guide her forward, to establish her sword heart, and to tell her, "Girls, don't be a vase in your life. If you want something, wait until you're strong, then fight for it." These words were deeply imprinted in the depths of Bai Bingbing's heart. This slightly vain and somewhat arrogant girl completely changed herself from then on. Teacher Qin may have left, but before he left, he asked me to pass on a message to all of you. Chapter 309. Zhuo Xiaoduo stood on the podium and said loudly. What did he say? Everyone raised their heads and looked at him with bright eyes. Mr. Qin said. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was calm and steady. He finally gave up on fooling around and said cleanly, Mr. Qin said that he has taught you everything that he can. How far you can go in the future depends on your own choice and hard work. He also said that he hopes that when people mention your names in the future, he will not feel embarrassed. This is the only request he has for us after teaching us for so long. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. The faces of the boys and girls in the class lit up. Bai Bingbing sobbed and shouted, I will not embarrass Mr. Qin. I will not embarrass Mr. Qin because of me. Me too, da. For a moment, the whole class was boiling. If that's the case, why don't you go and practice? Why don't you go and practice? All of you are just sitting here doing nothing. Even if you shout the slogan loudly, will you be able to make Teacher Qin proud? After saying this, Zhuo Xiaoduo walked down from the podium. I'm going to the gravity room now. Let's go to the school to apply for a mission and practice. Work hard to become stronger and fight for the chance to meet Mr. Chin again. I can proudly tell him that I did not embarrass him. Let's go together. Let's go together. At noon, when everyone had just finished eating, they received a notice that Luo Lai would be taking over Qin Fangyang's class. Luo Lai, who received the news, smiled crookedly. It was worth it for him to threaten Li Changjiang and give him 2 bottles of good wine. If he had not threatened him, he would not have gotten the chance in front of the gravity room. How many times have you suppressed the restlessness of your true Yuan? Zhou Xiaoduo asked Long Yuxing and the other 4. These 5 people were now in the same state as Zhou Xiaoduo in the past. Even when walking, they had to clamp their legs together. They didn't dare to exert any force, lest they break through. Li Chenglong's face was distorted. I've already done it 7 times. It's really uncomfortable now. I don't even dare to fart. Zwa This is too uncomfortable. Wan Lixio's face was flushed red. Although Miss Wan's personality was that of a real man, the feeling of holding back and not breaking through again and again was really difficult and tiring. Not to mention, her family's conditions were excellent. Her spiritual medicine, spiritual pills, and cultivation resources were much better than others. Now, she had really reached her limit. I haven't gone to the toilet for 3 days. Wan Lixio blushed. Now, I feel like I'm about to break through even if I'm just taking a breath. Just as they were talking, there was a puff from the side. It was Yu Mo Yin farting. Then, they saw Yu Mo Yan's pale face. His expression was indescribable. His face was distorted, and he muttered in disappointment, "It's over. I broke through. I can't hold it in anymore." The others were covering their noses, their faces distorted. They didn't know if this sound was the fuse or something else, but it actually caused a chain reaction. Long Yuxing also had a change. He also broke through. But Yuemo Yan's fart was extraordinary. It was not vulgar at all. A foul stench filled the air. Zhou Xiaoduo covered his nose and ran away in embarrassment. His movement speed was very fast. Wan Lixio also covered her nose and ran out. But when she reached the door, she suddenly stopped running, squatted down and screamed, "Oh no, I also broke through." Then, it was Li Chenglong. The little fatty wanted to cry and laugh at this scene, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, while his mood was fluctuating, his vital energy took advantage of this and rushed up. He suddenly couldn't control himself. Ha! Only one ha came out. Li Chenglong wanted to restrain himself, and then, with a poof, he also broke through. In the end, Li Changming also announced that he was defeated. On this day, Wan Lixio and the other 4 people broke through almost at the same time. It could be said to be a good story, but the taste was not very good to say. Luo Lai excitedly came to receive his students. When he reached the door of the gravity room, he saw the situation at a glance. The 5 people's faces were all distorted. Wan Lixio was squatting alone behind a tree. Her face was extremely ugly. There was an indescribable sense of loss and tears. What's wrong? Luo Lai moved closer to the few boys to ask, but suddenly, he smelled a stench. Immediately, he was hit by the stench. Damn! Luo Lai teacher was caught off guard. He subconsciously covered his nose. Who did this? I, and me. Luo Lai teacher was stunned. The 4 of you, gathered together and farted? What are you playing at? Luo Lai could not understand. His brain short-circuited. What kind of hobby is this? No. Long Yuxing covered his nose. It's like this. After listening to the explanation, Luo Lai was even more confused. You mean, the 5 of you, including Wan Lixio, because you Mo Yin could not hold back and farted, it caused a chain reaction, and the 5 of you broke through to the Xiantian realm? Yes. Long Yuxing hurriedly changed his words. Xiao'er should not have broken through from farting. She. He still had to work hard to save his fiancée's face. Wan Lixio's embarrassed and angry voice came from the other side. Long Yuxing, shut up. A fart. The 5 of them broke through to the Xiantian realm. This was a good fart. Luo Lai was very pleased, and he praised, "What a good fart." Luo Lai was originally surprised, but his face gradually turned from surprise to distortion. There was no other reason. He realized that the stench around them did not dissipate. Instead, it became more and more intense. As an expert in cultivation, how could he not know that as the few of them broke through to the Sciention realm, their vital energy was in an unprecedented state, causing the impurities in their bodies to be expelled from their bodies. Everything started to flow out. The few men felt embarrassed and covered their faces, not daring to look at others. As for Wanli Xiu, she was even more embarrassed and did not dare to move. This is a good thing. Don't be silly. Quickly go and wash up more, and make sure you are clean. Luo Lai immediately played his role as a teacher and directly emptied the school's teacher's bathroom. Quickly prepare the hot water. We will be there soon. Zhou Xiaoduo watched from afar, almost laughing his guts out. He had experienced a similar situation before, and naturally knew the situation of the few of them. He was not worried at all, and only found it funny. He held his phone in his hand, and recorded this embarrassing scene to his heart's content, especially Wanli Xiu, who recorded a few more scenes than the others. Such a dark history. He must definitely record it. In the future. When the five of them were taken to the bathroom by Luo Lai, Zhou Xiaoduo's phone had already recorded several precious moments for each of them, and it was worth reminiscing for a long time. What a pity. What a pity that this phone can only record images and not smells. It would be better if it could record smells, but technology is still not advanced enough. Zhou Xiaoduo put away his phone, looked up to the sky and sighed, deeply regretting that technology was not advanced enough. After a full hour, the five of them followed Luo Lai back with flushed faces. The four boys were scalded by the hot water, but Wanli Xiu was purely embarrassed. Although she knew that the current situation was not her problem, she still felt ashamed. As the daughter of the governor, she was so smelly in front of everyone. Even if there was a reason for it, it was still embarrassing. Fortunately, everyone is smelly with me. Wanli Xiu thought, and looked at Long Yuxing and the others from the corner of her eyes, and her heart was slightly comforted. Just as she was comforting herself, Zhou Xiaoduo appeared at the right time, and he was arrogant and self-important. Xiu, Zhou Xiaoduo said proudly, you don't have to worry about it. Although you were all smelly just now, Xiu, your stench is completely different from theirs. Their stench is pure, but your stench still has some traces of cosmetics. It's slightly better than theirs and doesn't follow the conventional pattern. Zhou Xiaoduo, you bitch. Before he could finish, Wanli Xiu had already rushed over with a big knife, looking like she would not stop until she was dead. Zhou Xiaoduo let out a strange cry and left without saying a word. Zhou Xiaoduo did not dare to provoke a woman who was in a rage. Just like that, Zhou Xiaoduo was chased around second high 3 times by the angry Wanli Xiu. Wanli Xiu was exhausted, and only then did she sneak into the gravity room. What a scary mouth. Zhou Xiaoduo was still patting his chest when he entered the gravity room. Sigh, Xiu can't take a joke. Long Yuxing is going to suffer for the rest of his life. Zhou Xiaoduo still had a lingering fear. She's really too fierce. I'm really worried for him. On the other side, Wanli Xiu and Long Yuxing were fighting each other to consolidate their strength. Wanli Xiu was furious, and her fighting strength rose sharply. She was ruthless and did not leave any leeway. Long Yuxing and the other 3 men were all suppressed by the furious Wanli Xiu and beaten up. The 4 of them were completely helpless against a girl who did not care about her life. They could only passively defend and take the beating. Chapter 310. But now that Qin Fangyang had suddenly left, only Luo Lai, who was most familiar with their strength, could be the head teacher. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Now, Wanli Xiu and the others were breaking through uncontrollably. Luo Lai was overjoyed, but he also had the thought of testing their current strength after breaking through. Their cultivation would improve and their strength would increase greatly. This was something that was set in stone, but he did not know to what extent it would increase. However, at this moment, he witnessed the battle atmosphere of these 5 people with his own eyes. Each of them was skilled in battle, and their awareness was sharp. This made Luo Lai happy and shocked. These people's skills and awareness have already reached the level of proficiency. They are extremely familiar with the application of battle techniques. What they lack is only the baptism of blood and the change of mentality to kill with their own hands. Not bad. Not bad at all. It must have been hard on old Qin. How did he train such outstanding students? Luolai really admired Qin Fengyang this time. If you said that's what Xiaoduo was a pervert, it could be said that he was lucky and managed to catch up with them. But to catch up with 6 of them in one go, how is that different from a fantasy? It could only be said that Qin Fengyang was really capable. At the level of Wanli Xiao and the others, he could help them push their realms up. But in terms of battle experience and awareness, it was impossible to teach them. This kind of tacit defense and attack was definitely not something that could be learned in a classroom. He did not know that the battle experience of Long Yuxing and the others had nothing to do with Qin Fengyang. It was purely from Zhou Xiaoduo's beating. Zhou Xiaoduo had transferred the terror that Zhou Xiaoyan had unleashed on him to Wanli Xiao and the others. With Zhou Xiaoduo's ability to attract hatred, as long as they gathered together, they would beat each other into a pulp. In addition, the 5 of them would definitely join forces to fight against Zhou Xiaoduo. After such a long time, it would be strange if they did not have a tacit understanding. After the battle had ended, Luolai asked patiently and in a friendly manner, "All of you have broken through. Good, good. How many times have you suppressed your Jin Yuan's restlessness?" Luolai's smile was like a flower. "At least 3 or 4 times." Teacher Luo put himself in other people's shoes. Back then, he had suppressed them once and had already been regarded as the best choice by the teachers. Of course, these children had performed much better than him back then, so of course, he had said it once or twice more. "I should be 8 times. Long Yuxing replied uncertainly. Then, he scratched his head and said, "I don't know if the last time I failed to suppress it counts." "I did it 9 times. Wanli Xiao said. "Me too, 9 times. Yu Moyan was very concise. 8 times. Li Zhongming sighed. I did it 10 times. Li Qinglong sighed in satisfaction. He had been back-to-back with Zhou Xiaoduo for a long time and had benefited from the Flaming Sun Divine Art many times. Therefore, his foundation was the thickest among the 5 of them. According to his self-assessment, he could have suppressed it 1 more time. In the end, these people's Zhen Yuan's restlessness had affected his own rhythm. In the end, all his efforts had been for naught. It was all Yu Moyan's fault. Why did he have to fart for no reason? Li Qinglong really wanted to beat Yu Moyan up now. 8 times. 9 times. 10 times? Luolai felt a little dizzy. For a moment, he did not dare to believe the numbers that his ears had heard. 8 times, 9 times, or even 10 times was an astonishing number. In second high. No, even in the entire Phoenix City, this had never happened before. Now, in front of him, there were actually 5 of them. No, how could there only be 5 of them? There was also that Zhou Xiaoduo. His strength was above the 5 people in front of him. He believed that the number of times he had suppressed it was more than 8 or 9 times. At the very least, it should be 10, 11, or even 12 times, right? Luolai was about to faint again, but this time, he was happy. "These are all my students. Qin Fengyang, once you left this special honor to me. I, Luolai, will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. You must remember this." Luolai lowered his voice and solemnly reminded, "Even if you go to the High Martial Arts Institute in the future, when someone asks about this, you can only say that it was 2 or 3 times. Do you understand?" "Why?" Yu Moyan said. "Isn't it said that the higher one's aptitude, the higher the inclination of resources one receives?" Luolai laughed bitterly. This sentence itself is not wrong. In reality, the treatment is indeed so. But astral souls humans, the problem of having good and bad people mixed together has never changed since ancient times. People who are jealous of talent and ability are everywhere. Some people, even if the flood is overflowing and the continent is sinking, in their eyes, they can only see their own interests. And some people, even if the continent is going to fall tomorrow, they still want to trample on the geniuses who are stronger than them, or even destroy them. Luolai said desolately, "Some people, even after learning a lot of skills, betrayed the continent early on for their own interests. They became the UMNO Alliance's spies. Sometimes, when one's aptitude is high and has great potential, in the eyes of others, it is just a stumbling block, or an obstacle that prevents one from moving forward. Hiding one's strength is the way to live peacefully in the world. If it isn't someone you trust the most, never reveal your true strength. This world is far more complicated than you think, much more complicated, to the point that you can't even imagine. Luo Lai said earnestly, "It's okay that you don't understand now, but you must remember, I will not harm you. You must do as I say, understand? When you are weak, protecting your own life is the most important thing. We will remember." Teacher Luo. Just as Luo Lai said, although they did not understand now, they still remembered this deeply. However, they firmly branded this warning in the depths of their hearts, and they absolutely couldn't easily expose their natural talent and reserves. Now, each of you use the Astral Soul's Jade to enrich yourselves. Stabilize your current realm. Although the cultivation of these little guys had completely stabilized now, Luo Lai still felt that if it could be stabilized, it would be better. As for Zhuo Duo, who was already in the gravity room, Luo Lai felt that he did not need to worry about him. In the gravity room, Zhuo Duo was sweating profusely. This was the first time he was training in a 50x gravity room with 30,000 Jin on each arm. As the door of the gravity room closed, Zhuo Duo immediately felt that both his arms were about to hit the ground. Even if he used all his strength, he still could not move them. The only thing he could do now was to slowly raise his arms. He raised them up and let all the strength and gravity act on his entire body. After that, he maintained his current posture, keeping his body upright. His legs were naturally planted, and his back was perfectly straight. He used his entire body to evenly share the pressure. Under the effect of 50 times the gravity, he had to bear 60,000 Jin of weight. After only 1 minute, he was already sweating profusely, and it was difficult for him to cope. However, he tried his best to regulate his breathing. His gaze was unprecedentedly firm as he endured the mountain-like gravity. The true yuan in his body circulated crazily, and the dragon blood flying dagger and the astral soul's jade, which he had placed earlier, continuously poured energy into his meridians. This was the only way to replenish his energy. Zhuo Duo did not use the Flaming Sun Sutra. Right now, he was purely relying on his physical body to endure. What he needed to urgently improve now was the strength of his physical body. Otherwise, his Universe Sun Moon 99 Kitty Hammer would not be able to be used for a very, very long time. Zhuo Duo's arms seemed to be maintaining a constant posture, but his arms were already trembling slightly. However, he did not seem to feel it at all. Any kind of strength training could not be completed in a day, and the body could not be strengthened in a day. Right now, he just wanted to accumulate it bit by bit. Zhuo Duo was incomparably grateful for his previous inertia. Although he had not entered the gravity chamber after the war, he had always carried a weight of 60,000 kilograms on his body, regardless of whether he was eating or sleeping. Even at the old principal's funeral, during the first 7 soul nights, Zhuo Duo had always carried a weight of 60,000 kilograms on his body. He knew that the old principal would not blame him. The old principal would only be gratified to see such effort. If it had not been for the buffer of a few days, he would have been pressed to the ground by this terrifying pressure the moment he entered the gravity chamber. I will fulfill the old principal's wishes one by one. Teacher Qin will not be the only one who will do it. I will do it too. Zhuo Duo silently made up his mind. If the old principal wants to be number 1 in the Central Plains, then I must get it. If the old principal wants to see second high students become number 1 in the world, then I must seize that number 1. This is the goal I need to achieve in the near future. My cultivation is shallow now, and I can't compete with the heroes of the world for a day. However, among my peers, I must seize this number 1. This was Zhuo Duo's vow, and also his true thoughts. If one were to ask who had played the most important role in the Phoenix bloodline soul cleansing, then other than Zhuo Duo, He Yuanyue was undoubtedly worthy of the title. Even Qin Fongyang, who had put in a lot of effort and fought on the front lines, had to be behind her. It could be said that without He Yuanyue, without the initial foreshadowing, and without the gathering of manpower, no matter how desperate Zhuo was, no matter how hysterical he was, no matter how clever he was, without the premise of the general trend of providence, how could one affect the outcome? Just this point alone made Zhuo's gratitude towards He Yuanyue indescribable. If it were not for her, he would never have given the coin that represented Zhuo Xiaoyan's phoenix bloodline and pinned a completely unrealistic hope on it. When He Yuanyue passed away, he only cried once on the first day. After that, he did not shed a single tear. It was not that he was cold, but he knew that crying was useless. I want the old principal to see my efforts. I'm working hard to achieve my goals. This is what the old principal wants to see. Zhuo did not say the vow out loud. He only silently kept it in his heart. However, every single word had already been imprinted in his heart. Ever since he entered the school, the person who had the biggest impact on Zhuo had always been Hu Ruoyu. However, after the Phoenix bloodline soul cleansing, there were two more people. The first in line was He Yuanyue. Her life was selfless, full of love, gentle and kind, like the spring wind and rain. For the country and the people, she was chivalrous and gentle. He Yuanyue could be said to have influenced Zhuo's future to a considerable extent. She did not preach at all, but she made Zhuo truly understand the direction he wanted to go in the future. Moreover, he would resolutely and steadily walk down this path. As for the third, it was naturally Qin Fengyang, a selfless mentor and helpful friend. Zhuo respected and was grateful to these three people from the bottom of his heart. It was these three people who were filled with warmth, unspoken love, righteousness, and an awe-inspiring aura. They made Zhuo, rebellious, crafty, and eccentric young man, who was bent on stepping on the heterodox path and possessed a demonic heart, maintain the most glorious goal from beginning to end, the most correct direction, a full 4.5 hours. Even Hu Ruoyun, who had specially come to inform him, had been waiting outside for 2.5 hours. Zhuo did not know anything about the outside world. Every time he could no longer hold on, every time his bones creaked, Zhuo would circulate the Flaming Sun Sutra and let it circulate in his body for 99 cycles. He used the Flaming Sun Sutra to increase his body strength and recover some of his fatigue. Then, he would stop the Flaming Sun Sutra and continue to use his body to endure. This cycle was to train his body to the greatest extent so that he could reach a higher level in the shortest time possible. I want my 99-cat hammer to be like a piece of grass in my hands. I'll hit wherever I want to hit. In the future, I'll beat people to death as I wish, but I'll also want my enemies' spatial rings and wealth. I must not smash them. It would be a pity and a waste if I smash them all. I want to have both the fish and the bear's paw. Is that wrong? In order to achieve this goal, I'll do it even if I have to die of exhaustion. Millions of pounds will be like a piece of grass in my hands, dancing lightly. Zhuo made a great wish in his heart. His eyes shone with a golden light as he looked forward to the day when his sleeves would be filled with gold. That day, when he saw so many spatial ring fragments, Zhuo's heart almost broke. He really didn't want to experience such a cruel scene again. Now, I finally know how important perfect control is. No wonder all the experts are so particular about perfect control. It's the basic operation of a miser. Zhuo felt that he finally understood and understood. All the experts were misers. So, since they're so greedy, why can't I make a fortune while I'm at it? Based on this, Zhuo became more and more confident. He continued until the last minute, the last moment. Zhuo's entire body was drenched in sweat, almost turning him into a mummy. Only then did he muster up his remaining courage and circulate the Flaming Sun Sutra that was almost exhausted. He supported himself to the door, opened it, and walked out. Just as he walked out of the room, he fell to the ground with a plop. He almost fainted and gasped for breath. Hu Ruoyun's heartbroken voice sounded. "Why are you so tired? Quick, bring a bowl of water." Then, she stuffed an elixir into his mouth. She was extremely gentle. Zhuo felt sad and disappointed, but also gentle and grateful. He was sad and disappointed. Teacher Qin Fangyang, who would drag him by the hair every time he crawled out from exhaustion, didn't appear this time. He was gentle and grateful because of Teacher Hu Ruoyun's meticulous care and concern. It filled his heart with warmth and moved him. I'm fine. Zhou Xiaoduo drank a big bowl of water and sat up with support. He chuckled. I'm just a little tired from training. I'll be fine after some rest. Really, I'll be fine after a while. Hu Ruoyun was still full of concern. At the side, Long Yuxing and the others were a little disappointed when they saw this scene. Now, the teacher's care was like a spring breeze, but they felt that something was missing. Teacher Qin, who mingled with the students and looked very rough. He kicked Zhou Xiaoduo here and there, and when he saw his students' achievements, he happily kicked Zhou Xiaoduo like a shuttlecock. Has he really left us? The Central Plains Martial Arts School Ranking Competition. Hu Ruoyun briefly explained the notice she brought. Originally, the 6 of you were qualified to graduate directly, but before the old principal died, he appointed you 6 to form a team and bring back the honor that the old principal had been looking forward to for decades for second high. The martial arts school ranking competition is less than a month away. I hope you don't slack off during this month and face this battle in your best condition. Hu Ruoyun said. We won't disappoint the old principal. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his head and said in a sonorous voice, ever since the old principal established second high, he started to participate in the martial arts school ranking competition 60 years ago. In the beginning, he was outside the top 1,000, but in recent years, he could directly break into the top 10. Especially since the year before last, he broke into the top 10 for the first time in history. For 2 consecutive years, he was ranked 9th. As for where you can get this year, it depends on your performance. Hu Ruoyun's voice was heavy. She said softly, don't let us down. But don't be too stressed. Just do your best. Yes, understood. The 6 people answered in unison. The rest is up to you. You can choose your own captain and vice-captain, and then submit the name list. Hu Ruoyun smiled gently. It's good to improve your cultivation and completely transform your combat power into your own, but don't practice too hard. You should know that more haste, less speed. If you hurt your origin, it's not a joke. As she spoke, she couldn't help but step forward. She habitually tidied Zhou Xiaoduo's lapel and smoothed his wet hair. She smiled and said, good luck. Then she turned around and left. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled foolishly. Teacher who still regarded me as the one who had stayed back for 5 years. Even the way she smoothed my hair was the same as before. Wanli Xiao and the others looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and couldn't help but feel jealous. This guy, why should he be treated better than us? This guy is obviously so cheap, but the gentle teacher who is so nice to him. This chapter has 5,000 words, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 311. You can discuss among yourselves. Since school is over, take your time to discuss. Luo Lai laughed. Zhou Xiaoduo, I'm your new form teacher. Hee, we're old acquaintances. Ha. Teacher Luo's attitude was a little cautious. It even sounded like he was trying to flatter Xiao. He was really worried that Zhou Xiaoduo would not accept him as his teacher. This kid was not only a super genius, but he was also a troublemaker. Now, the entire 9th class followed his lead. Moreover, this kid had the best relationship with Qin Fangyang. If this kid took the lead to cause trouble, as the form teacher, he would have to put in a lot of effort. The results would definitely not be good. Hello, Teacher Luo. Zhou Xiaoduo bowed respectfully and waved his hand. Kids, here. Wanli Xiao and the other 4 replied in unison. Follow this boss to school. Oh yeah. Oh. The 6 of them formed a whirlwind and rolled out of the school together. Luo Lai sighed behind them. He could clearly feel the estrangement between him and Zhou Xiaoduo and the others. Or rather, the children could accept him as their form teacher and give him a basic polite attitude. However, when it came to replacing Qin Fangyang's position in their hearts, he could forget about it. Thinking about it was just wishful thinking. There's still a long way to go. Luo Lai muttered. Teacher Luo, what's wrong? Do you have any ideas? Hu Ruoyun asked behind him. What ideas can I have? Old Qin's image in the hearts of these children is unshakable. I'll do my best and not think about changing anything. Luo Lai admitted honestly. He was a little disappointed. Haha. Hu Ruoyun smiled. Do you think that teacher Qin Fengyang's peach is so easy to pick? Or do you think that you're the luckiest person in the whole school? In fact, everyone knows that the 9th class has been transformed into a class for geniuses by teacher Qin Fengyang. However, everyone is not that interested. What do you think is the reason? Why? That's right. We don't have Qin Fengyang's charisma, nor are we like teacher Qin Fengyang, who is willing to sacrifice everything for his students. If he can't even achieve these two things, then there's no need to talk about anything else. Not to mention, he still has the astonishing battle prowess to look down on the entire Phoenix City. Do you understand now? The reason why no one wants to compete is not because they are not strong enough, or because they are not familiar with teacher Qin, or because they have not interacted with Xiaoduo and the others. These are not enough advantages. Hu Ruoyun said leisurely. Now that you've taken over the position of head teacher, it's only a month away from graduation. How meaningful can it be? At most, she's just like a kindergarten teacher, helping Qin Fengyang to keep an eye on the children so they don't cause trouble. When these kids graduate, the only teacher they will acknowledge will still be Qin Fengyang and no one else. Their respect for you is just superficial. Let's take a step back. If that's not the case, there are so many young geniuses. How would you have the authority to be their teacher? Just based on Zhou Xiaoduo's respectful attitude towards me, do you think I, Hu Ruoyun, can't compete with you? Hu Ruoyun laughed loudly. Teacher Luo, good luck. Before she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Luo Lai was stunned at first. Then, his face turned red and he said angrily, I'll resign tomorrow. It's too late. Hu Ruoyun's voice came from afar. Everyone knows about your threats and gifts. You shamelessly got this position. Now you want to resign? Is that even possible? Luo Lai was stunned. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others left the school. Should we find a place to discuss the future? Why don't we go to Phoenix turning around? Yu Moyan suggested. The 5 of them were stunned when they heard this. There's no need to go to Phoenix turning around. Li Chenglong smiled bitterly, to disturb the old principal's peace for such a small matter. Besides, we don't have any honor now. If we go and discuss, what if we don't get anything? We'll be embarrassed. We have to embarrass the old principal in the underworld with us. Well, let's just find a place. It's just a matter of a few words. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Oh right, we haven't had a meal together yet. Let's do it today. Li Chenglong will treat everyone. Those who agree, please clap. Clap, 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 clap. Li Chenglong was stunned. When did I say I'm treating everyone? Everyone voted to resolve it. It's you. Let's go. The 6 young men and women surrounded Li Chenglong, who was spitting saliva all the way. They laughed and joked as they walked away. Everyone found a random restaurant, but they did not hold back at all when they ordered a table full of dishes. Zhou Xiaoduo took out his phone and asked for leave. It's a class reunion today. I won't be home for dinner. Zhou Xiaoyan said something on the other end and Zhou Xiaoduo hung up, looking embarrassed. Yo, someone's been criticized. Li Chenglong gloated. What do you know? My status in my family is so high that you can't imagine it. Zhou Xiaoduo said smugly. Tisk. 5 middle fingers. Let's discuss the candidates for the captain and vice captain. I'll definitely be the captain. Who agrees and who disagrees? Zhou Xiaoduo looked around disdainfully. No objections. Vice captain, I suggest Swollen. Who agrees and who disagrees? No objections. End of meeting. Clap. Clap, 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 clap. Li Chenglong was anxious. What about the tactical deployment? Zhou Xiaoduo took a mouthful of food and said slowly, Tactical deployment? This should be your overall plan. But I don't think it's necessary. My plan is like this. The 5 of them put down their chopsticks and listened quietly to Zhou Xiaoduo's big plan. This time, 1,500 schools in the Central Plains will compete together. Those who are eliminated in the first round will naturally go home. Therefore, The battle to enter the 750th place is basically a free pass. We were ranked 9th in the previous tournament, so we're definitely a seeded team. I reckon that no matter which school we face in the first round, we only need one person to defeat them. Then, in the battle from 750 to 375 schools, the second person will be changed, but one person will still be able to defeat them. In the battle from 180 schools, the third person will be sent, and one person will be able to defeat them. In the battle from 90 schools, the fourth person will be sent, and one person will be able to defeat them. In the battle from 45 schools, one person will be sent, and one person will be able to defeat them. In the battle for the top 20 schools, the sixth person will be sent, and still, one person will be able to defeat them. In other words, each person will be in charge of one school and take turns to do it. There is no need for additional planning. However, the first few schools must be defeated in one go. There must be no entanglement. There will be no elimination battles, and all of them will be sent straight. Zhuo took it for granted and said arrogantly, "How simple." The other 5 people were silent for a long time without saying a word. Big brother, are you treating the other schools as clay chickens and pottery dogs? Are there no geniuses in the entire Central Plains? Aren't you being too confident? Even if the first, second, or even third battle may be lucky and encounter a weak opponent, the later opponents are bound to be stronger. Where did you get the confidence to defeat all 6 battles by yourself? After entering the top 20, the situation can no longer be taken lightly. After all, there will be cross battles, which is to say, fight in pairs. First, 10 winners will be determined, and the remaining 10 will fight. In this battle, only 5 will be eliminated. 15 schools will be left. The top 7 of the 15 teams will be selected, and the remaining 8 teams will fight in pairs to choose the top 4. 4 will be eliminated, and 11 will be left. Zhuo had a headache as he spoke. Who the hell made this rule? Why is it so roundabout? 11 schools will be selected for the top 5, and 1 will be given a bye. The remaining 5 schools will fight for 3 places with a bye. That will be the final 8. After entering the top 8, it's not the top 4, semifinals, or finals, but another cross battle. The winner only has to fight in 2 battles. The loser has to fight in 3 battles, and only the last 2 places in the top 8 will be eliminated. Top 6. Zhuo's mouth was dry, and he kept cursing. This kind of competition rule is simply stupid. It's not good to decide the winner and loser in one battle. The winner stays, and the loser scrums. Round after round, isn't it too troublesome? This is for the sake of fairness. For example, 2 schools originally have the potential to compete for the first place, but if one school is eliminated in the first round of drawing lots, and the eliminated school clearly has the strength to be in the top 3, it's really unfair. Li Chenglong said, that's why there is such a rule. Isn't luck a part of strength? In short, it's so annoying. Zhuo said irritably, my opinion is that we will only send one person in each round of battle. He will defeat all the opponents and be the first to qualify. Everything will be fine. The deployment is complete. Does anyone have any objections? Yes. Li Chenglong frowned and said, this arrangement is a little too careless. Just now, Boss Zhuo also said that luck is also a part of one's strength. If we are blindly careless and encounter a tyrannical academy, there will be no way to recover from our defeat. We really don't have overwhelming strength. The Central Plains is vast, and there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are countless ancient martial arts families and geniuses. Maybe Zhuo is invincible among your peers, but the 5 of us don't have the confidence to look down on everyone. If you can't do it, I'll do it. Zhuo squinted and said, and what do you mean by the 5 of you don't have the confidence? I don't want to hear this a second time. Let me tell you, for the next month, each and every one of you will have to practice the martial arts of your respective families and schools. If you're really unlucky and meet someone you can't match, I won't be so inhumane to blame you. I'll just fill in the gaps. But if you meet someone you can handle and still lose, Zhuo snorted coldly, I'll let you know what it means to be beaten up by society. The 5 of them shuddered at the same time. Don't worry, boss. We'll definitely complete the task. Chapter 312. The subsequent training of the six of them shocked the entire school. In the eyes of both the teachers and the students, there was only one feeling, appalling and unbearable to look at. Just the news of the first day of training made Li Changjiang fly into a rage. Not to mention anything else, on the first day of the battle practice, the six of them directly destroyed all the martial arts training fields in the school. Pits could be seen everywhere, easily several meters deep, even the high platform in the middle of the martial arts training field, where the teachers were supervising the students' training, was kicked away by Li Chenglong and Li Changming. Li Changming dodged around the platform, and Li Chenglong was furious. He felt that the platform was a hindrance, so he lost his temper and kicked the platform, along with the four teachers on it, flew out together. All of you, get out of here and train. Li Changjiang's roar was earth-shattering. Are you rebelling? Is this training or tearing down the school? Li Chenglong, call your parents to the school tomorrow. Compensate. All of you, get out of here and train. Li Changjiang was mad. Qin Fangyang had just left, and it had only been a few days. Were these guys going to turn the world upside down? And that Luolai, were you there to be a teacher or to be a bootlicker? After destroying the martial arts training field, Luolai actually went over and asked, "Is your leg okay?" What the hell was this? He was so angry that his liver hurt. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others, who had been yelled at, obediently followed Luolai out of the city for training. Li Changjiang looked at the name list in the principal's office, and his head hurt. Just a name list? Is there a need to make a list? Captain Zhou Xiaoduo, Vice Captain Li Chenglong, team members Long Yusheng, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, and Li Changming. Isn't this the configuration all along? Hu Ruoyun, who was beside him, said, "It has always been like this. Do we have to change it? What about the tactics? Where's the deployment?" Li Changjiang pointed at the list. What about the strategy and tactics? Cough, cough. Hu Ruoyun coughed. They're saying that they're going to directly sweep through. Only one person will be sent out in each battle, and they'll break through. Cough, cough. Arrogant. Li Changjiang flew into a rage. Who do they think they are? How dare you look down on the heroes of the world? It had to be said that Headmaster Li was furious. Previously, although the old principal didn't care about anything, she was still there to support him. Now that the old principal was gone, Li Changjiang immediately felt that his responsibility had doubled. It had only been a few days, but he had already become much more haggard. Sadness, reluctance, pain, and a mountain of things pressed down on him. Li Changjiang was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Hu Ruoyun stepped forward and gently massaged her husband's temples. Changjiang, don't give yourself too much pressure. Don't worry. They're not children who don't know what to do. Since they dared to come up with such a strategy, they must be confident. Especially that child, Xiao Duo. He definitely won't let the old principal down. Hu Ruoyun said softly, what you need to do now is to relax yourself. The old principal has been working for his whole life, and that's why he's able to do so as if it's nothing. Even if you work yourself to death, you definitely won't be able to reach the old principal's level in a short time. Patience. Take it slow, and don't think too far ahead. For the time being, just look at what's in front of us and deal with it one by one. We only need to do the best we can for each and every one of them. The most important thing is to act according to our capabilities. Don't try to compare yourself to the old principal. At least, it's impossible in a short time. Hu Ruoyun said sadly, a legend like the old principal. There aren't many people in the entire continent. But as long as you do well, I believe that one day, you'll definitely be able to reach that level. I'll help you. Li Changjiang's stiff body slowly relaxed. Finally, he slumped into the chair and muttered, when the old principal was here, I really didn't feel that these things were so difficult. But now, it's mainly the feeling of suddenly losing your backbone. Actually, you've already done very well in these matters. Hu Ruoyun comforted him. You're the successor principal of second middle school who was recognized by the old principal. The old principal wouldn't be wrong. Believe in the old principal's judgment and even more so, believe in your own ability. Yes. This time, going out for the trial could be said to be completely worry-free. Well, the main thing was that the UMNO Alliance people were either dead or gone. There wasn't a single person from the UMNO Alliance in the territory of Phoenix City. Of course, they could be at ease and be bold. At least, Duo and the rest were really at ease. They all rushed out happily. They didn't even have to search for spiritual medicine resources. They just had to find suitable star beasts to battle. With their current level, they swept through the places that the innate realm could enter. Then, they entered the area that only the embryonic breathing realm could enter. Nothing was forbidden, and there were few who could match them. Probably because they were too unhindered, the 6 of them became bolder and bolder. After that, they even rushed into the Origin Elixir realm trial area and fought there for a whole day. In the end, they came out with hundreds of star beast corpses and bruises all over their bodies. Awesome! The 6 of them looked up to the sky and roared. Luo Lai, who had been following them, was in a daze. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. The trial area for the Origin Elixir realm could no longer be considered a trial area. At least for the students in the school, it was a forbidden area. Even the Origin Elixir realm experts could only guarantee their own safety in that area. However, under the leadership of Duo, Wanli Xiu, and the rest swept through the outer area of the trial area for the Origin Elixir realm. They even worked together to kill more than 100 star beasts. As the battle continued, although Long Yuxing and the rest still couldn't defeat the star beasts in the beginning stage of the Origin Elixir realm on their own, working together was more than enough to protect themselves. As for Duo, Luo Lai felt that this guy was a mystery. For this competition, Duo purposely gave himself the nickname of Iron Fist Prince. Duo's reason was very reasonable. Since number 1 high school has a blue sword prince, number 2 high school will also have a famous prince. I will be called Iron Fist Prince. When he heard this nickname, even Luo Lai's legs cramped up. Iron Fist Prince, Duo? Have you practiced martial arts before? What kind of martial arts are you talking about? As the homeroom teacher and Qin Fangyang's old friend, Luo Lai knew Duo's true strength very well. On the surface, Duo was good at palm techniques, leg techniques, and footwork. However, in reality, Duo was better at using hidden weapons. However, his real trump card was his sword techniques. He even had a sword that could be called a divine weapon. A guy like that actually dares to call himself the Iron Fist Prince, hiding all his abilities. How cunning are you? Layer by layer, it was all a mystery. In the future, when I meet Duo's opponents, especially those who are familiar with their opponent's information, I will be doubting my life. Luo Lai sighed deeply. On the second day of the trial, Duo came up with another idea. I will enter the primordial elixir area by myself. Let them go back to the embryonic breathing training area by themselves. With me following, their sense of danger will not be strong. It will be difficult for them to unleash their potential. I will also have to take care of them. It is not suitable. Luo Lai thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Duo's suggestion was very reasonable. However, the problem that followed was that there were not enough teachers to take care of both sides. Luo Lai could only ask Hu Ruoyun for external help to prevent any accidents. After returning to the embryonic breathing training area with Long Yuxing and the rest, Long Yuxing and the rest began to strongly request to go alone. Luo Lai only pondered for a moment before agreeing to it. Duo's combat power was far superior to Long Yuxing and the rest. Hence, Luo Lai agreed to let him train in the primordial elixir training area. Ultimately, it was still because his personal power was sufficient. Similarly, Long Yuxing and the rest's combat power was tyrannical. It was difficult to hurt Long Yuxing and the rest with just the embryonic breathing realm star beasts. It should be known that if the combat power of the star beasts was similar to the human realm, then the star beast's combat power would be higher than the human. Luo Lai, who had taught for many years, naturally knew this clearly. Previously, he had witnessed Long Yuxing and the rest persevering under the attacks of the star beasts and honing their own martial arts techniques. He had also slowly discovered battle techniques that were more compatible with their own characteristics. These were all great gains. Furthermore, these little guys had obviously learned many martial arts techniques and even martial arts techniques in private. However, as they had just learned them and were not familiar with them, they could use the star beasts to hone their skills. After all, actual combat was the best way to hone one's martial arts techniques. Although there was no risk, it was within a controllable range. Martial arts are only taught when one enters the innate realm. Luo Lai sighed in his heart. Luo Lai focused on Long Yuxing and the rest of the 5 people. After watching for a long time, he saw that the few of them had gradually progressed from strangers to beginners. He could not help but secretly nod his head. This group of little guys not only practiced hard when they went out for training, but also when they returned home at night. Moreover, the martial arts techniques that these few people practiced were all unique in their own ways. They were not inferior to the high-level martial arts techniques that were collected by the second high school martial arts school. Among them, Li Zhangming's Dream Divine technique was especially exquisite. It had its own system and style. For example, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, Li Qinglong, and the rest all had their own unique ways. Among them, only Yu Moyan's performance was slightly mediocre. The mediocre here did not mean that the person was mediocre, but that the martial arts techniques that he practiced were mediocre. Luo Lai looked at Yu Moyan's internal, external, and light body techniques again and again. He touched his chin and pondered. Yu Moyan, come to school early tomorrow morning. I will apply and bring you to the pavilion of martial arts. You can go in and pick out the martial arts that are more suitable for you. Luo Lai had obviously made up his mind to help Yu Moyan make up for this shortcoming. Yu Moyan was dazed for a second and then showed gratitude on his face. Okay, thank you, Mr. Luo. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo was fighting fiercely in the trial area of the inner core stage. As a person, he would fight if he could and run if he could not win. He would go to other places to fight and then come back to fight. If he still could not win, he would run again. A saber-winged tiger in the middle stage of the inner core stage had been annoyed by him. It wanted to kill him directly, but it could not. It wanted to run away, but it could not. Even if it wanted to hide, it could not. If it ran away without caring about anything, Zhou Xiaoduo, the bad guy, would go after the 4 tiger cubs. The big tiger could not go far with the tiger cubs. If it wanted to take them away in one go, it would be attacked by Zhou Xiaoduo. Therefore, it could only stay and wait for Zhou Xiaoduo to harass it again and again. The saber-toothed tiger was so angry that it kept roaring. This 2-legged beast was so annoying. How could a human be so despicable? When it was time to leave, the saber-winged tiger was so tired that it could not be angry anymore. It lay on the ground and stuck out its tongue like a big dog. Zhou Xiaoduo waved goodbye from the other side. Let's go, big tiger. I will come and see you tomorrow. See your sister. Seeing that Zhou Xiaoduo had finally left, the big tiger regained its strength and immediately went back to its nest. It picked up 2 tiger cubs in its mouth, carried the other 2 on its back, and carried them with its wings, and left quickly. It was better to go and find their father. Although that guy made the big tiger so angry that it separated the 2 places, it seemed that it could not live without him. Chapter 313. The saber-winged tiger was about to go crazy. Whoever wants to stay in this lousy place can stay. Anyway, I'm not going to live here. Zhou Xiaoduo naturally didn't know that his despicable actions had actually caused the reunion of a tiger couple. He also didn't know that he had solved the problem of their separation. As he walked on the road, he only felt very excited. These 2 days of training made him feel that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Well, the strength here referred to strength. All kinds of martial arts were gradually showing signs of mastery. Well, he had to let Nian Cat accompany him to practice at night. He really didn't have time now. The competition would be in a few days. Zhou Xiaonian was very busy during this period. She was now helping to patrol the entire city and straighten out the city rules. Whenever she saw something unfair, she would immediately take action without saying a word. Especially the accidents that happened near the families of the military martyrs. She cleaned up everything in detail. Not only the families who had sacrificed themselves in the Phoenix Pole Soul, but also the families of the military martyrs. Zhou Xiaoyan carefully investigated them. She hoped to eliminate as many unfavorable factors for the heroes' families as possible. In addition, during this period, she also visited several martial arts schools in Phoenix City and several leaders of ordinary schools. After that, she visited the governor's mansion, Star Shield, the Martial Arts Education Bureau, and the city guards. Zhou Xiaoyan only had one purpose: to take care of the heroes' families. The influence of the spiritual goddess was now very, very big, at least in the area of Phoenix City. Regardless of whether it was official or private, they would at least give her 70% respect and 30% face. With regards to her request, all the schools and bureaus agreed without hesitation. And as she ran day after day, Zhou Xiaoyan felt that her state of mind was slowly calming down, becoming peaceful and quiet. She could even feel that she had changed. It was getting quieter and quieter. It was getting calmer and calmer. After the Phoenix Pulse Soul, she had always felt a lot of guilt towards Phoenix City and the people who had sacrificed themselves. And this guilt made Zhou Xiaoyan's state of mind fluctuate. It could be said that it was extremely detrimental to her cultivation. But as time passed, in addition to various actions, this guilt gradually turned into motivation. The best reward is to let the hero go with peace of mind. All the guilt, all the uneasiness in his heart, even if it often hung in his heart and overflowed with words, was still of no use. Instead of saying 1,000 things, it is better to do it. Only by putting it into action can you make up for it. The true qi in Zhou Xiaoyan's body was like a tide, rushing through her body. With the improvement of his cultivation base and the breakthrough of a major realm, the effect of the Moon Soul Sutra became more and more obvious. Wherever Zhou Xiaoyan went, everyone would unconsciously feel a refreshing feeling of being bathed in moonlight. In fact, her temperament was becoming colder and colder. However, when she was facing Zhou Xiaoduo, this coldness was easily broken. Perhaps it was because Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't help herself. And now, under the cold moonlight, Zhou Xiaoyan was beating up Zhou Xiaoduo. "Who are you to call Nian?" After the beating, Zhou Xiaoduo became well-behaved again, but in a state similar to dejection. It could also be said that he was listless. Zhou Xiaoduo had been fighting in the trial area of the inner core state for several days. His confidence was unprecedentedly high. It even made him feel that it was reasonable for him to beat up Zhou Xiaoyan, who had just broken through to the inner core state. Seeing her again today, he naturally raised his tail up. He started to call her Nian. In the end, he was caught by Zhou Xiaoyan and beaten up like before. He couldn't resist at all. His entire body was pressed to the ground, and his mouth was almost pressed into the ground. Even though he felt that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, he still couldn't get rid of the shackles of that delicate hand. Zhou Xiaoduo finally realized that there was still a huge gap between the two of them, an immeasurable gap. As Zhou Xiaoyan broke through to the inner core state, the gap between the two of them was getting bigger and bigger. The so-called divine power, the so-called flexibility, the so-called genius, the so-called, in front of Zhou Xiaoyan's hands, all of them were like bubbles and shadows. His lack of confidence and cowardice made him step back a few centimeters from Zhou Xiaoyan. No, I have to defeat her. Even if I have to use up all my energy, I have to defeat her. Zhou Xiaoduo was so determined that he practiced even harder. For 10 days, he almost didn't care about his life anymore. He fought with the star beasts during the day, and fought with Zhou Xiaoyan at night, who was even fiercer than the star beasts. He gradually got used to the 30,000 kilogram weight on his body. Gradually, he didn't feel it at all. Everything happened naturally, and he got used to it. It was no different from normal. On the 15th day, Zhou Xiaoduo could complete a round of hammering even if he carried 30,000 kilogram weight into the 50x gravity room. My strength has improved a lot, but it seems that I've reached a bottleneck again. Zhou Xiaoduo's attitude was melancholy again. So far, he hadn't felt the slightest improvement for 3 days in a row. Damn, you seem to have grown taller again, right? Zhou Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. This guy still looked thin with clothes on, but he was muscular when he took them off. His pants were 5 or 6 centimeters shorter, and the clothes that used to fit him were all hanging around his ankles. She took out a meter ruler and measured him. 189 meters? Zhou Xiaoyan looked at the number and couldn't believe it. She measured him again. He really was 189 meters, and he was tall with bare feet. You little brat, you've grown so tall. Zhou Xiaoyan stood in front of Zhou Xiaoduo. She was 173 meters tall, but she was much shorter than him. Did you eat chemical fertilizer? Zhou Xiaoyan was unhappy with this ratio. As the elder sister, she was used to looking down on the younger brother. Now that she was suddenly the one being looked down on, of course she wasn't used to it. You still have room to grow. Zhou Xiaoduo finally found a sense of achievement. He looked down at Zhou Xiaoyan with disdain. Little brat. You little brat, you're asking for a beating. Zhou Xiaoyan snorted. Her delicate eyes were moving around. She thought to herself, I'm 173 meters now. I'm considered tall among girls. Even if I grow, I can only grow 3 centimeters at most. If I grow any taller, I won't look good. As he spoke, he touched the space ring. The look-preserving pill was still in it. It was above all other treasures and was in the safest place. Should I grow 3 centimeters? Zhou Xiaoyan frowned and thought. She was really considering this as a serious matter. At her level of cultivation, it wasn't difficult to grow taller. It could even be said that it was very easy, especially with the look-preserving pill in her hand. As long as she controlled the ratio and took the pill, she would be like this for the rest of her life. Should I go to the street tomorrow to have a look? Zhou Xiaoyan thought to herself. Why aren't Mom and Dad back yet? We can talk about it. Their taste is still very good. Zhou Xiaoyan complained in her heart. Zhou Zhonglu and Wu Yuding went out silently, like a clay ox disappearing into the sea. They didn't even call back. During this time, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan called many times, but they couldn't get through. If it weren't for Zhou Xiaoduo's physiognomy, the two of them would have thought that something bad was going to happen. Even so, the two of them were still very anxious. Zhou Xiaoduo walked around the room as he talked about this. Nian Mao, do you think Mom and Dad are lonely because both of us are going out? So they took advantage of this opportunity to kill someone? What? You suspect that Mom and Dad killed someone, and then went out to avoid trouble? Zhou Xiaoyan was confused by Zhou Xiaoduo's train of thought. Damn, Nian Mao, you're the weird one. When I said they killed someone, I meant that they wanted to create a smurf account. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled. Create a smurf account? Zhou Xiaoyan was stunned. Then, she realized what was going on. She shouted angrily, Get out, you unfilial son who framed your own parents. It's not impossible. Zhou Xiaoduo muttered. Think about it. Hence, Zhou Xiaoduo was chased out by Zhou Xiaoyan. After Zhou Xiaoduo finally cleared the trial area of the inner core state point 15th of August, Luolai and Hu Ruoyun came to inform them. Everyone rested for a day. Then, they regrouped and prepared to leave for the competition. Rest for a day? This was impossible for Master Zhou. It was too extravagant. Of course, the main reason was that Master Zhou was about to become extremely poor. These days, Zhou Xiaoyan had to spend a large sum of money every day to distribute to the families of martyrs and military personnel. And the source of this sum of money was naturally Zhou Xiaoduo, the new rich dog. With the increase of the fine for sparring at night, Master's was originally rich net worth was completely depleted today. And this last day was a godsend opportunity for Master's to make money. How could he let it go? On this day of rest, Master's went out to set up his stall at 4 o'clock in the morning. It was a race against time, which deeply reflected his desire for money. A few days ago, Master Zhou was still yelling that money was nothing. But now, he was nowhere to be found. Now, only, the stingy Master Zhou was online again. The news that Masters was set up his stall again spread like a gust of wind. In a short while, there was already a swarm of people in front of his stall. Yep, this was probably a manifestation of hunger marketing by a stroke of luck. From dawn to noon, Masters had seen more than 200 faces in one go. The amount of money in his account shot up to more than 3 million. With a large amount of star coins in his account, Masters felt that money was nothing to him again. At this moment, a short fatty who had been queuing for a long time came in front of Zhou Xiaoduo. Boss. As soon as the short fatty spoke, Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. Well, where did this come from? Then, he heard a voice in his ear. I am Fong Inua. Chapter 314. Fuck. Zhuo Duo quivered again. He was not lying at all. During this period of time, he had already forgotten about this fellow. Although it was a little unfair to this person who had contributed the most in the final battle of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit Race, but forgetting was forgetting. Now, he had actually come knocking on his door. Why haven't you left? Master Zhuo was very calm. What's the situation now? I don't know the exact situation. The emissary has lost her whereabouts. Fong Yinua's voice was filled with apprehension. I have reason to suspect that the emissary is suspecting me. It is very likely that she is plotting how to get rid of me. After all, after this battle, I am the only one left alive. This is really too eye-catching. This is already the biggest reason. Fong Yinua's face was filled with fear and trepidation. From time to time, he would even tremble. It was obvious that he was extremely afraid. Why are you here? Masters was sat upright. I am here to take a look at your fortune. Fong Yinua sighed. These few days, I have been feeling that my right eyelid has been twitching non-stop. As the saying goes, the twitching of the right eyelid is a disaster. This sign is really bad. I am afraid that a disaster is about to befall me. I hope that boss can lend a helping hand and give me some pointers. Let me take a look. Fong Yinua had helped him so much. It was reasonable for him to take a look. Even if he had to waste a drop of luck points, it was worth it. But when Zhuo Duo took a look, he immediately cursed in his heart. Because an unprecedented situation had occurred, he couldn't see his luck points. Fuck, what's going on? Zhuo's thoughts flashed, and he suddenly understood. It was probably because his current realm was unable to see through a peak cloud transformation realm cultivator. Previously, when he saw Qin Fongyang, it was very easy for him to break through. But after breaking through, Qin Fongyang became very strenuous. Although Qin Fongyang was strong, he had just broken through. Moreover, he was very familiar with him and was completely unguarded. As for Fong Yinua in front of him, other than being a peak cloud transformation realm cultivator, Zhuo Duo dared to say that this fellow would not wholeheartedly trust anyone and would not let down his guard against anyone. The combined effect of these two factors led to an unfathomable situation. Completely unfathomable. Zhuo's face twitched and he said, My physiognomy divine art is used on the true face of the person involved. What I'm looking at now is your disguise. What can I see from it? You have to restore your original appearance to be able to look at me. With your stupid face now, who am I showing it to? Are you kidding me? Fong Yinua was embarrassed. Right. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, he covered himself with his cloak and revealed his true face. He looked at Zhuo Duo, his eyes filled with anxiety and fear. Will I die? Zhuo Duo took another look and was shocked again. Fong Yinua's physiognomy wasn't just bad, it was extremely bad. The aura of death lingered in the air, and the aura of misfortune enveloped the entire mountain. This was a sign of certain death, and there was no chance of survival. Death calamity. Zhuo's face darkened. Old Fong, your physiognomy shows that your future is very bad. Your premonition was not wrong. Fong Yinua's face turned pale. He grabbed Zhuo's hand and cried, Grandmaster Zhuo, you have to save me. I can only rely on you now. Zhuo Duo carefully looked at Fong Yinua's physiognomy for a long time. He couldn't see any hope of survival. He couldn't help but sigh and said, Write a word. Fong Yinua hurriedly picked up a brush and wrote a word seriously and neatly. Live. Zhuo Duo looked left and right. His face became heavier and heavier. He said, Live. There are 1,000 mouths by the river. First, you have to live. Second, you have to live. Old Fong, you can only live if you have a job. If you want a job, you have to rely on people. And this person must have luck. So, if you want to live. He pondered for a moment and said, Old Fong, I'll tell you the truth. Based on your current appearance, there's only a slim chance of survival. In other words, there's only one way for you to survive. which is to quickly go to the seaside and hide. If you can do some work for me while you're at it, your chances of survival will greatly increase. Fong Inua's eyes widened. If I do some work for you at the seaside, I can survive? Xiaoduo said. It doesn't have to be me. If you want to live, there are two conditions. First, you have to have water. Second, you have to have luck. Only a place that is protected by luck and close to water will have a chance of survival. Besides my luck, my recent schedule is related to water. So, I am your best choice. If you have someone else, it's fine. Fong Inua nodded and said, Of course, I believe in you. What should I do next? Go to Fenghai and change your name. Find a job beside Fenghai's Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School and wait patiently. There will naturally be a turn for the better, Xiaoduo said. Fenghai's Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School? A turn for the better? Fong Inua was surprised. As long as you do as I say, I guarantee that you will be safe, Xiaoduo said calmly. His voice was filled with a persuasive force. You came from there. If you want to live, then your death will definitely be there. Therefore, you have to rely on this side in order to survive. This is something that comes from the same origin. It's a matter of course. I believe that there are many people here who can protect you. However, your identity, strength, and status are not in their eyes. Instead of accepting you as their subordinate, they will be more inclined to push you out as a bait. As long as they can get rid of the person who wants to kill you, it will not be a loss for them. So, you will still have to die. I am probably the only one who can protect your life. At the same time, I need you to work for me. Do you understand? Xiaoduo said, You only have one chance of survival. It's up to you whether you want to seize it or not. Fong Inua thought about it seriously. Not only did Xiaoduo's words make sense, but they were also the truth. There were too many suspicious points about the Phoenix Vein soul washing incident. According to the habits of the star emissaries, they could kill people just because they suspected something. No matter how much he tried to deceive them, it would be useless if he did not reveal any flaws. So, if he went back, he would be dead. As for the big forces on the side of the astral souls, although he was at the peak of the cloud transformation realm, his strength was still insignificant in front of the big forces on the side of the astral souls. He was not a useful bargaining chip at all. It was better to use him as a bait to lure out the forces of the Umno Alliance to kill him. If that was the case, he would still be dead. But if he continued to work for Xiaoduo, that would be his greatest chance of survival. After all, Xiaoduo's true strength was shallow. He did not have any high-level combat power under him. He could be considered the biggest trump card he could take out. It was a mutually beneficial situation. Not to mention that Xiaoduo had that person behind him. That person was the real big backer. Also, if he disappeared for a period of time, it would be easier to explain to the Umno Alliance. He had always been afraid of death. With the current situation, his disappearance was in line with his character. It was a way to kill many birds with one stone. But why did you go to Fenghai High School to hide? Fong Inua still did not understand. Because I will be going to Fenghai Hidden Dragon High School in 2 months. If you go there, you will be helping me, Xiaoduo explained with an amiable face. Oh. Fong Inua suddenly understood. Everything made sense now. This kid went to Fenghai alone. Naturally, he was unfamiliar with the place. Then, he would definitely need him to do something for him. In that case, the possibility of him selling him was not big. He believed that as long as he paid attention to hiding his tracks, the chances of the Umno Alliance finding him would not be high. Even if they found him, he would still have room to explain. He must hide from the current situation. Okay, I will go to Fenghai now. Okay, Xiaoduo reminded him solemnly. Actually, it's better to let them know than to block them. Don't rashly cut off all contact with them. If the news passes, you can try to contact them. The simplest reason is that you were heavily injured and trapped in the city. After that, you escaped to Fenghai and so on. You can also ask for help. Don't worry, they will definitely not save you. So, the more you ask for help, the safer you will be. Also, there will be no work assigned to you. Good. Fong Inua was overjoyed. After all, he already had this plan. Although it was risky to have multiple spies, As long as it was done well, he might be able to get benefits from both sides. Okay, that's it. So. Zhuo explained. Fang Yinhua nodded repeatedly. Then, I will go now? Fang Yinhua felt that his life was now guaranteed. Slow down. Zhuo frowned. You are here to have your fortune read. Are you not going to pay for it? I have given you so many pointers and told you about life and death. Are you being kind and unwilling to part with money? Fang Yinhua left. Zhuo looked at the 5 million yuan that had just been transferred to his account. His impression of the UMNO alliance became better. They were really rich. When Fang Yinhua transferred the money to him, he looked as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. Zhuo couldn't help but think that he should transfer 20 million yuan to him. Logically speaking, if he could transfer 5 million yuan so easily, he should have at least 50 million yuan, right? Sigh, all right, he couldn't just catch a sheep and take its wool. It was better to wait until he reached Fenghai. Maybe he could earn more without any effort. He had set up an outpost for himself. Master Zhuo was in a good mood now. Master Zhuo started to read people's fortune again. But now, there was an air of wealth around him. I, Master Zhuo, don't lack money. Money, that's just a fart. In the afternoon, when the sky was about to turn dark, Master Zhuo was still working tirelessly for farts. His goal was to earn 10 million yuan today. Now, he was only short of 100,000 yuan. As long as he could earn this amount, he would close his stall. At this moment, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his greedy wolf's heart. A young lady came to Zhuo leisurely. Master Zhuo, thank you. The young lady didn't say anything and transferred 500,000 yuan to him. Zhuo was shocked. So much. Chapter 315. Oh my God. 500,000. Zhuo was shocked. This young lady was too generous, and she was also very beautiful. She was a proper Miss Perfect, a big customer. Miss you, Master Zhuo. You don't remember. The girl smiled sweetly. Thank you for helping me find my parents. I have been treating my parents, nursing them back to health, and tidying up their residence. I actually forgot to come and thank you. I'm really sorry. When she said this, Zhuo immediately remembered. So it's you? This girl was Immerse. She bowed deeply again. Thank you. Zhuo, who had connected the whole story and understood the cause and effect, was sincerely happy for the family reunion. After this bow, a drop of luck point suddenly fell from the sky. Zhuo immediately felt a warm feeling all over his body, and he chuckled. What do you plan to do in the future, miss? Immerse said, I came this time not only to thank Master Zhuo for guiding our family reunion, but also to ask Master Zhuo, what should I do in the future? Zhuo was stunned for a moment and carefully looked at Immerse's face and said in a deep voice, Miss, you've been fine recently. At least there's no disaster or illness, and you're safe. Immerse said, I'm not asking about that, but about my future plans. You don't plan to go back? Zhuo muttered in his heart. This girl couldn't have betrayed him, right? Wasn't that too easy? I definitely won't go back. Immerse said a little sadly. The hatred for my parents is already irreconcilable, not to mention that I am a person of astral souls. How can I be an enemy of my own race? Only the heavens knew how much pain and struggle Immerse had gone through when she made this decision. Although she said it with such a calm attitude, her heart was definitely not as calm as she looked on the surface. If you stay, Zhuo couldn't bear it and said, it may lead to the death of your parents. Immerse was dumbfounded. Yes, that's what your physiognomy shows. Zhuo thought for a while and said, Miss, if you want to be safe, you have to leave Phoenix City and head north. That way, you'll be safe. All the way north? Immerse muttered. Zhuo looked at Immerse's pretty face and said softly, let's go to Shangjing. Moreover, the sooner they moved, the better. Take your parents and leave immediately. Immerse didn't expect Zhuo to give such a suggestion. His mind was in a mess and he couldn't make up his mind. That's all for now, Zhuo said. Miss and I are fated to meet your father and your mother, so I might as well say a few more words to you." He pondered for a moment and said, "Enter the forest when you see it, retreat when you see water, stop when you see light, save when you see adversity, do good when you see good, punish when you see evil." Emoshwani silently recited and said, "I'll remember it. Thank you, Grandmaster, for your guidance." She looked at Duo and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she didn't open her mouth and was about to leave. "Wait." Duo smiled and said, "Karma goes back and forth, and there's a beginning and an end." Saying so, he untied the greedy wolf's heart from his neck and said, "I'll return it to its rightful owner. I wish Miss good luck and longevity." "Thank you." Shwani held the greedy wolf's heart tightly and bowed deeply. With this greedy wolf's heart, her divine soul had a chance to be completely perfected. At the same time, she no longer had to be afraid of being tracked by the Umno Alliance's greedy wolf sect. Otherwise, if her divine soul was incomplete, no matter where she hid, she would be in great danger. Go. Your path to survival and your opportunity should all be in Shangjing. Duo let out a carefree smile, displaying the charm of an immortal and Taoist priest. Shwani bowed deeply and turned to leave. Duo sighed softly. Even if he went to Shangjing, it would be full of risks. He could only hope that he would do more good deeds, increase his luck, and avoid the jinx. After all, he couldn't be by his side every day. Masters would not only earn 10 million today, but also more. Naturally, he was in high spirits and went back happily. It was also on this day that Mu Yin, who had successfully broken through to the cloud transformation realm, returned to Phoenix City to meet up with Zuoxianya. The master and disciple had nothing to do and chatted, thinking that there was still more than a month before Zuoxianya would go to Divine Phoenix High School for the next semester. Since they had nothing to do, the master and disciple duo had a discussion. Mainly because of Zuoxianyan's urging, the master and disciple duo disguised themselves and prepared to go to South G City to watch Zuoxiao's competition. Going with them was Qiu Yunshang, who had nothing to do since he obtained the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. "After I finish watching the competition, I'll go straight back to Zizai's sect." Qiu Yunshang wasn't in a good mood. It could even be said that he was disappointed. He had been busy for many days, but he didn't gain anything. Although Mu Yin had suffered a lot, in the end, she obtained a genius disciple who had completely obtained the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. She had also successfully broken through to the cloud transformation realm through this battle. As for Qiu Yunshang, there was nothing to talk about. It was all tears. His brother had been single for a long time, and his disciple, Ning Qingqing, had gone missing when the Ning family was ruined. Duo naturally didn't know that the three of them were going to watch the competition together, because he was currently gathering at the school. Luolai and Hu Ruoyun led the team, bringing along Duo, Wan Lixiu, Long Yuxing, Li Changming, Yu Moyan, and Li Chenglong to Nanji City. "We only have one goal, to be the champion." Hu Ruoyun only said one sentence before leaving. "The old principal is watching us from the heavens, waiting for us to return with honor." "Champion!" Duo raised his arms and shouted, "Champion!" Long Yuxing and the other four roared at the same time, like a tiger roaring in the valley. Although they were inexperienced, they already had an imposing manner. After this period of experience, Long Yuxing and the others had changed greatly. The original immaturity had faded away, replaced by the sharpness of an unsheathed blade that had yet to be sheathed. Their sharpness was revealed from head to toe. The 8 of them strode out of second high with their heads held high, hurrying on foot and training along the way. High up in the sky, a graceful figure flashed past. That was Sister Lan. Sister Lan had been back for a few days, but she chose to stay at Phoenix Head Temple and accompany He Yuanyue. Although she occasionally returned to second high, she left in a hurry every time. It was really nostalgic and sad. It was better to accompany her in front of the grave, where her heart would be at peace. But today, the thing that He Yuanyue had been thinking about when she was alive began, so Sister Lan naturally had to secretly escort her. Along the way, It was Long Yuxing and the others who charged in front to open up the path. Zhuo Duo, on the other hand, was lectured by Hu Ruoyun the entire way. Zhuo head was 3 times bigger after being lectured along the way, but he did not dare to disobey a single word. After all, Hu Ruoyun was one of the 3 people that Zhuo Duo feared the most in the world today. Remember to control your temper. If others don't kill you, we can't take the initiative to kill you. If we act rashly, we'll only provoke public anger. The opponents you're fighting now are fellow astral souls, not members of the Umno Alliance. Hu Ruoyun's mouth was dry from all the talking, and she wanted to end the topic. Unexpectedly, these words of finalization piqued Zhuo's interest, and the blood in his body was stimulated by these words. We can still kill them? If the other party kills us first, we can counterattack and kill them? Zhuo Duo was in high spirits, and his words were full of conviction, hinting at something. Hu Ruoyun was speechless. She could not help but feel that all the words she had said were in vain. This kid was clearly more interested in fighting and killing. In this kind of martial arts competition, if possible, there shouldn't be any casualties. Moreover, the judges of the competition are at least in the inner core realm. If anything goes overboard, they'll stop it immediately to ensure that there won't be any casualties to the students. However, there are always some unexpected situations, and it's hard to avoid them. Hu Ruoyun said, so? If the other party clearly has ill intentions towards us and kills us as soon as they come, and if you can't fight them, then admit defeat immediately. Don't give the other party a chance to kill you all. Zhuo Duo was in high spirits. Teacher, you must be hinting at something. Do we have enemies in second high? The kind that we can't deal with? Yes, there is indeed. Hu Ruoyun sighed. She didn't want to say it, but this matter had to be said. If Zhuo Duo and the others did not know, it would be easy for them to suffer a big loss in the competition. If they were not careful, not only would they lose the competition, they might even be seriously injured and lose their lives. Our second high school had achieved great results in the large competition 3 years ago and entered the unprecedented top 10. We even defeated Boyang City's first high school, which had always been ranked between 80 and 90 in the top 10. Since then, both sides have been suppressing their anger. 2 years ago, we rushed to the 9th place and defeated Fenghai City's 13th high. Since then, Fenghai City's 13th high has been against 2nd high. Last year, we stabilized at the 9th place and again defeated Boyang City's 1st high and Fenghai City's 13th high. However, during the competition last year, the atmosphere was already very dangerous. It's said that a student from Fenghai City's 13th high died after returning. Hu Ruoyun said, the enmity has been formed, so we must not be careless. Luo Lai said at the side, in fact, it's not just that. We in Fenghai City's 13th high have long. Back then, you teacher Hu Ruoyun interrupted. Teacher Luo, she actually stopped Luo Lai from continuing. Luo Lai sighed and could only stop talking. Zhuo was heart-moved. He seemed to be thinking, but on the surface, he pretended that he didn't hear anything. His eyes lit up. Wow, isn't this equal to the Jianghu grudges? Revenge breeds revenge? I like it. Da. Hu Ruoyun couldn't catch her breath for a long time. Did this brat not understand human language? How could it be revenge breeds revenge? Well, although it was indeed revenge breeds revenge. In short, all of you have to be careful. Once the competition starts, all of you will be in charge. The only thing we can do is to watch from the side. We can't even speak to warn you. At most, when the situation is critical, we can take your place and admit defeat. Zhuo Duo chuckled and rolled his eyes. This seemed to be quite fun. It could even involve teacher whose previous injury. Chapter 316. On the afternoon of the 16th, the representatives of Phoenix City's No. 2 high school arrived at South G City and checked into the rooms arranged by the Spirit Spring Hotel. On the morning of the 17th, Hu Ruoyun brought the representatives to eat breakfast. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they coincidentally saw a team coming from the opposite direction. The leader of the team was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. However, His eyes lit up the moment he saw Hu Ruoyun. He quickly walked over and said, "Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this teacher Hu from Phoenix City's #2 high school?" Hu Ruoyun was neither servile nor overbearing. She said indifferently, "So it's teacher Li from Fenghai City's #13 high school." "Hello." Zhou Xiaoduo sensed a murderous aura coming from Hu Ruoyun. It seemed to be an illusion as it disappeared immediately. Luo Lai, who was standing at the side, shouted, "Li, it's actually you this time." His voice was filled with anger. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others felt that there was a story behind this. When the 6 students behind teacher Li heard the words Phoenix City's #2 high school, their eyes lit up and they quickly turned their heads to look. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others also turned their heads to look. Their eyes met at the same time. Unlike Long Yuxing and the others, Long Yuxing and the others' eyes were filled with vigilance and fighting spirit. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes were filled with curiosity. He looked over like a curious baby. When Masters' eyes met the other party's sharp gaze, he actually looked shocked. He turned his head away and then immediately turned back. It was as if he was frightened by the other party, but he immediately reacted and forced himself not to show weakness. Although this change was temporary, the 6 people opposite him were already thinking about something. They all had the same thought in their hearts. The students of Phoenix City's #2 high school this year seemed to be a bit soft. They couldn't help but feel contempt in their hearts. Teacher Li greeted, "Teacher Hu, it's been a few years since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever. Congratulations." Hu Ruoyun said indifferently, "If Teacher Li has nothing else to say, we'll go eat now." Teacher Li smiled and said, "I heard that your school's old principal, He Yuanyue, died some time ago. Aya, it's really rude of us not to be there to offer our condolences." Hu Ruoyun suddenly turned her head, her eyes sharp. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Moyan had already rushed out. His eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. "Li, you better watch your mouth." This teacher Li chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. However, his gaze had already signaled something. A tall and thin male student next to him, who should be the captain of the 13th middle school in Fenghai City, stepped forward and said, "What? Your old principal is not dead?" "She's dead, but we can't talk about it? Do you think that if we don't talk about it, we won't talk about it, and we won't talk about it?" Teacher Li has only expressed regret from beginning to end. You students of Phoenix City's #2 high school, don't you have any manners? What are you trying to do by drawing swords and drawing swords? You. Long Yuxing clenched his fists and rushed out. "Wait." Hu Ruoyun pulled him back and said, "Using force before a match is punishable." She turned her head and said, "Teacher Li, we'll meet on the field." That Teacher Li faintly smiled. "All right, then I hope that you will be able to meet us in the arena. I really want to see how many genius students there are in Phoenix City's 2nd senior high school without the old principal." "You'll see." Hu Ruoyun's gaze was sharp. Teacher Li chuckled. Teacher Hu has recovered his cultivation, and his aura is unprecedented. Amazing, amazing. Without saying a word, he led the students away. Yu Moyan's eyes were spitting fire. As the top 10 of the previous competition, they naturally received the same treatment as the top 10. One of the 9 suites was in Phoenix City's #2 high school. The interior space of these suites was extremely large. It could almost be described as enormous. Even if 8 people each had a room, there would still be 2 extra rooms, a meeting room, a reception room, and a large living room. As for the other teams, it was already good enough to have a small suite. The boys all slept in the living room, and the girls squeezed into the rooms above these suites. There was an even more advanced Supreme Room. This Supreme Room was specially set up for the first place of the competition. Although the total volume of the room was the same as the rooms of the bottom 9, it was said that there were cultivation resources placed everywhere. There were also various fruits that contained spiritual energy, various weapons, and 10 bottles of heaven-grade spiritual wine that could increase one's cultivation by several years after drinking it. All the resources could be eaten, drunk, and taken as much as one wanted. Other than weapons, other consumables could be replenished at any time after one finished eating and drinking. Even if one wanted to do it 10 times a day, it wouldn't be a problem. And these benefits. were all prepared for the supreme room of the first place. The others, even the second place of the competition, did not receive similar treatment. Hu Ruoyun listened to the introduction while eating breakfast. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Doesn't that mean that after the first place team members come, they can use these things to increase their cultivation by 1 level? They can even increase their cultivation without limit during the days they stay here? Zhou Xiaoduo said in a very displeased manner. In this way, wouldn't it be impossible for the first place to escape the grasp of that academy after obtaining first place once? Who was the one who set this stupid rule? Sure. Hu Ruoyun was startled. This is the rule set by the headquarters of the Martial Star Alliance. Don't talk nonsense. It's really unfair. Zhou Xiaoduo murmured to himself. They increase their cultivation as soon as they arrive, and we can only watch. Then, after they increase their cultivation, we have to have a so-called fair competition in front of everyone? Zhou Xiaoduo kept talking nonsense. Just when everyone thought that he was indignant and even wanted to challenge this unfairness, he suddenly said, "Okay." Unexpectedly, this fellow abruptly said, "But in the end, I still quite like this kind of unfair reward rule." Faced with such a godly turn of events, everyone at the table was stunned. This guy complained for a long time, and he said this? Was he crazy? Zhou Xiaoduo happily added, "As long as we get first place this time, when our Phoenix City No. 2 high school competes again in the future, as long as the people who come are not too weak, won't we be able to sit on the treasure for many years? As long as we control it well, it's not impossible to occupy this place for many years." Li Qinglong and the others rolled their eyes. Do we need you to say such a simple thing? This is the treatment you get when you get first place. Tell me, what's the point of your strange words? Zhou Xiaoduo slammed the table and stood up. His expression turned sullen and pained. What's wrong with me saying strange words? The problem now is that I risked my life to get first place, but I can't enjoy it myself. Instead, it will benefit next year's little brats. It'll be strange if I'm happy. Hearing this, the group of people felt as if they had come to a sudden realization. It turned out that this guy was uncomfortable because of this, but this was in line with his character. For a moment, they all smiled bitterly. This rule was like this. If you were unhappy, uncomfortable, or even dissatisfied, there was nothing you could do about it. In the afternoon of this day, last year's first place Hidden Dragon No. 1 high school finally arrived. The competition would officially begin tomorrow. A group of 2 girls, 4 boys, and 6 teenagers, led by 2 teachers, walked into the Spirit Spring Hotel with their heads held high. The boys wore black robes, and the girls wore white robes. When they looked around, their sharp aura was overflowing, and they had an outstanding demeanor. So pretentious. Including Zhou Xiaoduo, all the students who saw this scene curled their lips at the same time. At this moment, the hearts of thousands of people resonated with each other. 18th day. After going through the cumbersome etiquette process, the leaders' speeches, and the various representative speeches after Zhou Xiaoduo had slept, the competition's division area finally began. Phoenix City No. 2 High School was divided into 3 divisions. No one knew if luck was good or bad, or if it was a coincidence, but the first match was very ridiculous. The opponent's choice. For the first match, Phoenix City No. 2 High School's opponent was Phoenix City No. 1 High School. This made everyone's jaws drop. One must know that although Phoenix City No. 1 High School's ranking in these years was not high, but they could still fight a few rounds and try their luck. It was even possible for them to enter the top 50. But now, their first match was against Phoenix City No. 2 High School. The teacher in charge of the No. 1 High School was dumbfounded and speechless. This kind of luck, how bad was it? The first match was actually Phoenix City's Civil War? Chapter 317. Even if the second high school lost its spiritual leader, He Yuanyue, even if there were many unforeseen events, even if there were many negative situations. But with their record of being in the top 10 for several consecutive years, defeating the Phoenix City First High School was not difficult at all. Comparatively speaking, the Phoenix City First High School was going to be defeated in one battle. That was the real tragedy. After going on stage, the moment the two sides met, they looked at each other and were slightly stunned. Both sides' expressions were somewhat interesting. Because the representatives of the first high school, 3 of them were the Feng City third young master. In just a moment, Zhuo Duo and the others showed a strange and interesting expression on their faces, while the people on the other side looked as if they had lost their parents and were scared before the battle even started. What happened after that became more and more confusing, making everyone dumbfounded. The 6 contestants from the Phoenix City First High School were pale, and their legs could not stand straight. Especially the Feng City third young master, who was trembling like a sieve and his eyes were full of fear. It was probably some bad memories that rushed into their minds. When the other party was only a martial master, he was able to beat them, and they had to sign a humiliating contract to survive. If they were to fight again. Under everyone's gaze, the captain of the Phoenix City Second High School, Zhuo Duo, stood up and said with a smile, 1 million. On the other side, the 6 people nodded together. Zhuo Duo said, 1 million each. On the other side, the 6 people who looked more and more defeated nodded again like chickens pecking at rice. Zhuo Duo nodded and smiled. Then, the 6 contestants from the Phoenix City First High School turned around and faced the judges. We admit defeat and forfeit. Everyone, including the judges and even Luo Lai, Hu Ruoyun, and the 2 teachers from the first high school, were all stunned without exception. In fact, it was not just them. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned and did not know what to think. What was this? It was over just like that? Admit defeat? Forfeit? Zhuo Duo raised his hands in victory. Ha ha, we won. Victory in the first battle. The audience became even more silent. A female judge showed a look of disdain and said, victory in the first battle? This is blatant bribery. Zhuo Duo said disdainfully, Mr. Judge, the fact is that the other party has forfeited. We have won without a fight. In this arena, what we want is the result, not the process, right? And we use the shortest amount of time, so we are first place. This is also within the rules. The crowd immediately fell into an uproar as they discussed wildly. His ability to spend money is really strong. For the sake of a victory, he directly threw out 6 million to buy a forfeit. It's really good to be rich. Hateful rich second generation. Poor people like us don't have a day of success. Those 6 people from Phoenix City number 1 middle school really have no guts. They sold themselves for a mere 6 million? A mere 6 million? Even if you give me 1 million, I can still admit defeat. Can you afford such a price? A teacher from number 1 middle school rushed out with a black face and slapped Ting Hao's face. What's wrong with you? You bastard, you're too useless. Tung Hao and the other 5 became even more dejected. Let me tell you, what you're doing is a crime. The teacher was furious. You're openly accepting bribes in public. Just wait for the school's punishment. Then don't count on the 1 million each. It won't fall on your heads no matter what. The teacher was so angry that he almost had a brain hemorrhage. Let me tell you, don't be wishful thinking. Tung Hao finally opened his mouth and said sullenly, Teacher, we gave them 1 million. 1 million each. The teacher shook his head and felt that he was hallucinating. We can't beat them. We couldn't beat them a long time ago. Tung Hao hung his head dejectedly. When they were martial masters, they already taught us a lesson and signed countless agreements under the city. The teacher felt like he was listening to a fairy tale and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. It was really shocking. The world is so big and there are so many strange things. I didn't even dream that I would show my face by leading this team. No matter what, it's a fact that you lost without a fight. You won't be able to avoid the school's punishment. It's useless no matter what excuses you have. It's still better than being beaten like a dog in front of tens of thousands of people here. The 6 of them thought in unison. If they didn't know that they were going to lose, they could still fight. But since they knew that they were going to lose, why would they go up and get beaten up? Not to mention, the other party had so many weaknesses in their hands, no matter what the opinions were. Number 2 high school had one. This was an indisputable fact. For a moment, The judges who didn't know the inside story looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and the others with disgust. But no matter how unwilling they were, they could only put a little red flower on Phoenix City's number 2 high school to show. Phoenix City's number 2 high school, 1 win, 0 losses. Time used, 0 seconds. First place. However, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others didn't care about this at all. They slowly returned to their seats and looked around in high spirits, waiting for the next lot to be drawn. Hu Ruoyun slapped the back of Zhou Xiaoduo's head again and again. She was so angry that her beautiful face was a little distorted. You, how can you be so stupid? This is a public place with so many people. Zhou Xiaoduo was beaten to the point that he had to step forward. However, he didn't seem to mind as he grinned. It's still easier this way. Even if the opponent is a noob, he would still be sweating profusely. How unbearable would that be? How can it be so easy to get paid? But this way, the judges who don't know the whole story will have a bad first impression of us. It's very difficult to change this impression. Teacher Hu, I think that your thinking is a little biased. What we want is only victory. It's never about whether their impression is good or bad. Even if they have a good impression of us, can they arrange for us to enter the reward room of the champion directly? But the first place with all the victories can. What do you think? Zhou Xiaoduo spoke eloquently and eloquently. He talked until his saliva was flying and overflowing. Take the time to rest. In the next round, Yu Moyan will fight. Fight for a good start. No, not fight for it. You must have a good start. Zhou Xiaoduo calmly sent out troops as he was being beaten. His face was full of confidence and calmness, as if everything was under his control. This caused Hu Ruoyun to give him a few more jujubes. The second round began. Phoenix City's number 2 high school drew on Tai City's number 7 high school. Yu Moyan took a step forward. Although he was full of energy, he didn't look like he was ready to fight. The 6 people from on Tai City's number 7 high school saw this and cursed in their hearts. Damn it, you guys were waiting for us. We went through a fierce battle first. How could only one person come out? Could it be? Therefore, a chubby captain stood out and raised his hand to slap Yu Moyan. 5 million. Then he said, I know you guys don't lack money, but it's 5 million per person. Admit defeat. Rules are rules. If you guys can use them, so can we. You only sent one person out. Obviously, this is your plan. The hint is obvious enough. The so-called full of energy is just to make us ask for a higher price. Can't we see through this trick? This captain obviously didn't lack money. He smiled reservedly. If you think it's not enough, we can negotiate. Yu Moyan's face was like iron. Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight. The captain was stunned. 5 million was not enough? Wasn't this too greedy? After weighing for a moment, he said, 10 million. This is the highest price. If you guys don't know what's good for you, then let's fight. Even if we're not in our best condition, against a group of money slaves like you, it's hard to say who will win. Yu Moyan looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot and said, looks like everyone has misunderstood. The so-called 1 million just now was them giving each of us 1 million in exchange for not being beaten up by us in front of everyone. It's to make them look better. What's 10 million for each of you? Do you want to lose well? If that's the case, then it's fine. Everyone heard this and fell into a state of confusion again. Damn, there's such a thing? Are you bragging? Yu Moyan impatiently urged, I really don't want to talk nonsense with you guys now. Hurry up and come up. After I'm done, I still have to go back and level up. Hold back. My hand is very good, so I can't open it. I can take tribute. Stop wasting time. The 6 people on the other side were even more confused. Damn, I can clearly understand what you're saying, but why can't I understand it in the current situation? A pretty girl on the other side couldn't hold it in anymore. She suddenly jumped out and said coldly, Sign me up. Yu Moyan, let's fight. Bring it on. The girl was decisive. She jumped up and attacked. The saber in her hand glowed with a cold light, protecting her body. Then, she jumped up into the air and turned into a flash of saber light, attacking Yu Mo Yin. She actually saw the sword but couldn't see the figure. Both her sword technique and cultivation were extraordinary. This person from Antaicheng is quite strong. The referee on the stage brightened up. Well, it's hard to say about others, but this girl is already very good. Yu Moyan, who was on the opposite side of the girl, looked at her with contempt. She was just a showy but impractical person. What use was she in a real battle? Facing the incoming sword light, she didn't dodge. She lowered her waist and sat still. She didn't even take out her weapon. The opponent's sword light was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of her. Seeing that the blade was about to reach him, Umo Yin suddenly took a step forward and raised his left hand to block it. With a dang sound, the blade was already flying into the air. Umo Yan's attack was successful. He immediately threw out a punch with his right hand and punched out with great force. Boom! The punch landed squarely on the girl's chest, causing one of her two mounds to collapse. With a blood-curdling scream, the girl flew back even faster than she had come. She fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that her injuries were not light. Chapter 318. Such a change, once again, was out of everyone's expectation, causing another uproar. Zhou Xiaoduo was drinking water. Upon seeing this, he spat out the water in Li Qinglong's face. He was stunned as he shouted, "Fuck! I've been telling you guys not to be gentle with girls every day. That's not how I teach you. In front of so many people, can't you leave some face for her? Fuck, that's a pretty girl." She deflated one side. "I'm not going to take this blame." What she didn't know was that Yu Moyan was also stunned. His punch was aimed at his opponent's abdomen, but the girl in front of him was really short. Moreover, her knife was sent flying the moment she came into contact with him, so she subconsciously took a step back to deflect the force. In the end, this was the situation now. Yu Moyan felt that something was wrong. He couldn't help but step forward and explain awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I hit the wrong place." Why would the opponent listen to his explanation? The girl had already fainted. Another team member had already rushed out angrily. "Don't go." Yu Moyan was stunned and said, "I'm not going." The young man on the other side had already rushed up. The weapon in his hand was a long stick. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to underestimate Yu Moyan. The stick swung like a whirlwind. By the time he arrived in front of Yu Yin, he had already brandished his stick like a forest of sticks. Yu Moyan's face showed a puzzled expression and said, "Still flashy, can't you guys change your strategy?" He still blocked with his left hand. With a bang, the stick broke into two pieces and flew into the sky. Yu Moyan did the same to the girl before. He rushed forward and threw out his right fist. Bang! This boy was the same as the girl. He flew back with blood spurting out. This punch was not unexpected. It landed solidly on the opponent's lower abdomen. The audience was silent. Two opponents, only two punches? This result shocked the audience. On the other side, the rest of Antai City's 7th high school was stunned, because if they lost one more round, it would be the end of the competition, and their side would lose. On the stage, the 6 judges' eyes were flickering. The judges of the competition were all teachers from high martial arts schools. Another important reason why they were willing to come and serve as judges was to use the competition to select a few good seedlings for their schools. As the saying goes, a great teacher produces a great disciple. A great disciple needs to be taught by a great teacher. But a great teacher also needs to have a disciple with extraordinary talent to teach. Only then can a great disciple be produced. At this moment, after witnessing Yu Moyan's performance with their own eyes, the eyes of the 6 judges lit up at the same time. One of the beautiful judges asked, "This contestant is called Yu Yin, right? What weapon did you use just now? Arm guard or hand guard?" Yu Moyan scratched his head. "I don't have a weapon." "Nonsense." On the opposite side, the captain of Antai City's number 7 middle school cursed angrily, "You clearly have something hidden in your arm? Do you think we are all blind? You're despicable and shameless." Yu Moyan was taken aback. "I'm just carrying weights. How can it be considered a weapon?" As he spoke, he took off his shirt. The 6 judges, as well as all the teachers present, all revealed looks of surprise when they saw this. They saw that this Phoenix City's #2 middle school student was carrying weights all over the place. On his 2 arms, other than 4 black metal weights, there was nothing else. And those who were qualified to be judges, naturally none of them were for nothing. Their eyes were even sharper, and they all recognized it in an instant. The weights on this student's body were all made of meteoric iron. Moreover, they were all high-grade meteoric iron. That is, the kind with an especially high density. Just the upper body that they saw in front of them weighed at least 3,000 pounds. The beautiful teacher judge's eyes lit up even more. She asked, Umoyan, do you also have similar weights on your lower body? Umoyan nodded honestly. Yes. If I didn't, wouldn't it be unbalanced and uncoordinated? As he spoke, he undid the leggings of his pants and pulled them up, revealing the black weights. The faces of the 6 judges were calm, but their eyes were filled with shock. A smile appeared on the beautiful teacher's face. She leisurely said, These weights add up to at least 4,000 pounds, right? You're just carrying them all the time? Aren't you afraid that it will affect your performance? Umoya nodded. Not only that, I have a total of 7,000 pounds of weights on me. There's even a ring around my waist. If I meet a strong opponent, I will naturally remove the weights. But now, there's no need. The shock in the beautiful teacher's eyes deepened. She pursed her lips and smiled. Student Umoyan, I am Luo Yinling from Jade Sun High School. No matter where you end up, when you go to school, you can consider our Jade Sun High School. Our Jade Sun High School has a strong teaching staff, and we have great support for outstanding students. The 5 judges at the side glared angrily at her. Teacher Luo, this is a competition. You're talking too much. Luo Yinling chuckled. Since she had already mentioned Jade Sun High School, she was already one step ahead. She didn't wait for the other judges to speak and said, Student Umoyan, you can continue with the competition? The other teachers also wanted to say something to leave an impression, but they were forced to swallow their words. Each and every one of them glared at Luo Yinling. On the opposite side, the captain of Antai City's 7th high school slowly stood up. It was time for the competition. The final battle. If he couldn't defeat this iron lump, his school could only go home. This battle, he had to win, but he just didn't have the slightest chance of winning. He's carrying weights all over his body. His movements will definitely be slow. That's why he chose to stay still and attack later. The teacher behind him said in a low voice. At this time, the 6 judges on the stage looked over like 12 sharp arrows. Giving orders at the last minute was a big taboo in the competition. This teacher, please keep quiet, Luo Yinling shouted angrily. But the captain of Antai City's 7th high school already understood and came up with a plan. Kiting. Slowly tire him to death. Who would be able to withstand a load of more than 7,000 kilograms and a high energy consumption? He stepped forward slowly. The moment the sword in his hand was unsheathed, he immediately used the highest movement technique. He circled around Umo Yen, suddenly moving forward and suddenly moving back and forth. His movements were extremely nimble. The sword in his hand was shining with cold light. It scattered like the cold stars in the sky. He definitely didn't have the chance to face Umo Yen head-on. He retreated as soon as he touched him. He retreated even if he didn't touch him. The 6 judges on the stage couldn't help showing worry in their eyes. Umo Yen just exposed so much weight, and even exposed his own weight. He had already seriously exposed his strengths and weaknesses. Now that he was being targeted like this, the situation could be said to be extremely bad. Luo Yinling frowned even more tightly. She regretted it very much. Why did she ask that question just now at Sai? This Umo Yen was really too honest. He actually exposed himself like this. He was still too young. If the result of this battle was changed and she was the one responsible for it, would that child hate her? Under everyone's gaze, the captain of Antai City's 7th high school was like a flying dragon. He kept changing, and Umo Yen was on the stage. He didn't move at all. He let the opponent move back and forth, like an old monk meditating. Another moment later, Umo Yin finally opened his mouth. He was puzzled. Have you turned enough? That student thought he had succeeded. He snorted coldly. Not enough. All of a sudden, he leaped into the air. When he was 7 or 8 meters high in the air, his long sword sprinkled down thousands of cold stars. His body movement became more and more elegant, displaying an exceptionally pleasing light body movement technique. He even circled back and forth in the air, displaying himself to the greatest extent. Even though the 6 judges couldn't stand it, but they had to admit that this kid's basic skills were really good. After all, in the eyes of those who didn't know how to watch, this kid still had the upper hand. He had the upper hand and was full of initiative, but at this time, Umo Yin suddenly shouted from below, "So annoying!" turning back and forth to avoid the battle. "Go down." Before he finished, his whole person jumped up. Under everyone's gaze, his whole person, along with the 7,000 pounds of weight, quickly leaped into the air. He jumped 10 meters high and kicked out with a loud bang. With a loud bang, that student who was still in the air was kicked 20 meters away by Umo Yin. He flew out of the area of the arena and crashed into the stands. After Umo Yin finished his kick, his entire body actually paused in the air for a moment. When he landed lightly, he actually landed back at the position he was previously standing at. The 6 judges' eyes were wide open. They couldn't believe their eyes. Umo Yin landed with the 7,000 pounds of weight without making any sound. It was as if what fell was just a feather. Damn! The 6 referees all had the same thought in their minds. They were all martial artists. Who didn't know how difficult it was to do this? They looked at each other. Everyone saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Number 1. This competition, there was a monster. Number 2. This student, our school wants him. Umo Yin stood on the stage. He raised his head and looked at the 6 judges. After a long time, he didn't hear the winner. He just shouted, "I win. I'm Umo Yin. I'm Phoenix City's 2nd high school's Umo Yin." Umo Yin looked at the sky. He touched the jade pendant on his chest and shouted, "Phoenix City's 2nd high school. Umo Yin. Old principal, did you hear that? I win." On the other side, the 4th participant from Ontai City's 7th high school gave up. He admitted defeat and no longer put up a fight. His opponent could carry 7,000 pounds of weight and jump 10 meters to kick someone. This kind of reality, how could he still have the courage to fight? Even the 2 teachers in charge didn't have any other methods. The difference in strength was too great. If he forced himself to fight, not only would it be throwing an egg at a rock, it would also be overestimating himself. At this moment, the 6 judges finally woke up from their daze and announced Phoenix City's 2nd high school's victory. Phoenix City's 2nd high school entered the top 375. Although the judges didn't understand what this kid was shouting about, shouting so loudly and excitedly, it didn't affect their love and desire for Umo Yin. This student, our Jade Sun High Martial Arts wants him. Luo Yinling swept her gaze over the other 5 judges like a tigress. She looked like a fiend, begging for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscription. Today it's another 12,000. Chapter 319. TCH, who do you think you are? You think you can take him just because you want him? The other 5 teachers weren't willing to give in, ignoring Luo Yinling's ferocity. A monster like Umoyan might not even be seen once in a few years, and you, Luo Yinling, just want him? What a joke. Are you kidding me? It's not time yet. Everything will have to wait until the end of the competition. Another teacher came out to smooth things over, but the phone in his hand sent out a video, which was Umoyan's competition video. Below it was a text that was blindly typed with both hands. Discovered a monster. This is a competition video with a weight of 7,000 pounds. Phoenix City 2nd High, Umoyan, applying for maximum enrollment rights. The competition in the morning ended. Phoenix City 2nd High won both rounds and was the first to enter the 375 Longhu list. The rest of the competition was for the schools that were eliminated to fight each other again, and then choose the eliminated team. All the schools that were in the top 375, the teachers, and the seeded contestants all had a heavy expression on their faces. They were all trying to figure out how to deal with Moyen. Most of the results were, hopefully they didn't get Phoenix City second high, or at least Moyen's teammates wouldn't be so strong, or else they wouldn't be able to fight. Then, all the teachers and the few judges regretted. How could they forget to ask if Moyen was the captain of Phoenix City second high? Usually, the captain of a battle team would be the strongest person in the battle team, but it shouldn't be too surprising. With this kind of strength, it would be a joke if he didn't become the captain. After a short break, the afternoon competition started again. This time, many people focused their attention on Phoenix City's second high school. Then, everyone was surprised to find that the person who went to draw the lots for the whole team wasn't the strongest Moyen in everyone's hearts. Instead, it was a tall, handsome, and confident young man. Could it be that Moyen isn't the captain? Isn't he the strongest member of Phoenix City Second High's team? Everyone's hearts were clouded. It was still the three groups, and Luo Yinling and the other 5 judges were still the judges. In order to watch Phoenix City Second High's competition, Luo Yinling and the other judges were already looking forward to it, so they didn't have any interest in watching the previous battles. Finally, it was Phoenix City's second high school's turn. Their opponent this time was River Mouth City No. 1 Middle School of the Central Plains. Although River Mouth City No. 1 Middle School wasn't one of the favorites to win the championship, they weren't weak either. In the past, they had been ranked in the top 100, or even the top 50. After hearing about their opponents, the 6 people from Hiku City's No. 1 Middle School gathered together to discuss countermeasures. As for Phoenix City's second high school, was Xiaoduo, and the other 5 were still trying to level up. You've been stifled. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Long Yusheng. You go. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai, who were behind him, covered their faces with their hands. They had a subtle feeling that they were too ashamed to face anyone. Zhou Xiaoduo patted his chest and said that he had already arranged everything when he asked Zhou Xiaoduo. In the end, it was actually an array formation. Now that the 6 of them had reached a certain level, whoever was eliminated would go on stage. How could this be called a deployment of troops? Don't insult these 4 words. Long Yusheng's face was sullen. He muttered and cursed. 4 of us were fucking suppressed. He stood up while cursing and walked to the stage indignantly. His face was full of depression. Once they saw that Phoenix City's second high school was the same as last time, only sending one person to fight, everyone fell into an atmosphere of confusion. Was Phoenix City's second high school trying to stir up trouble again? Or did Phoenix City's second high school plan to send only one person to defeat the opponent every time? This was too arrogant, wasn't it? But the one who came out this time was still very pleasing to the eye. He was really handsome. Reality proved that being handsome wasn't just a matter of talent, it was also a matter of skill. Just like writing a book, whoever was handsome would write well. For example, there was a person called Wind dominating the world, who was the most handsome and wrote the best. Long Yusheng's fighting style was very ordinary. It wasn't as shocking as Moyen's, and he didn't show any signs of burden, but he stood on the stage like a pillar of the stream. When one came up, he kicked back. 4 kicks in a row, one after another. He kicked back 4 people. That was to call it a day. I am Long Yusheng. After defeating his opponent, Long Yusheng raised his head and roared, Phoenix City's second high school. Long Yusheng. In an instant, his voice was deafening. Looking at Long Yusheng, who was roaring in the middle of the stage, Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai suddenly understood. Why would they roar towards the sky after winning? It was as if they were trying hard to let someone hear them. It was as if they were reporting to someone. Thinking of the old principal's obsession, Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai suddenly understood. They couldn't help but burst into tears. Old principal, did you hear that? Did you see that? These are the children reporting to you. We won. Long Yusheng's battle was as eye-catching as Moyen's in the eyes of the 6 judges. Long Yusheng. Luo Yinling smiled and asked, looking at your clothes, you should be carrying a burden on your body too? Long Yusheng, yes. Then how much weight are you carrying? I'm about the same as him. Long Yuxing's weight was actually 8,000 pounds, but he didn't want to specifically say it. It was only 1,000 pounds more than Yu Moyan. What was there to say? If I exceeded was 60,000 pounds, I would definitely announce it to the world. I would have to roll around the entire day to announce it. Another monster. Luo Yinling praised and said, Student Long Yuxing, consider our Jade Sun High Martial Arts. Jade Sun High Martial Arts has a strong teaching staff and great support for outstanding students. Shameless. Shut up. The other judges were anxious. You, Luo Yinling, relied on the fact that you're a woman and unscrupulously snatched people away. So what if you're a woman? Facts have proven that in some areas where you need to shamelessly break the rules, women are indeed better than men. The 5 male judges suddenly had an idea. Why don't we change the judges to women next year? Men are at a disadvantage. Until now, we haven't even mentioned our own school. This Luo Yinling has already said it twice. She didn't even change the words. Phoenix City's number 2 high school won all 3 matches and advanced into the top 180. Zhou Xiaoduo had a piece of paper hanging on his nose. He used the Qi observation technique and scanned Yu Moyan, Long Yuxing, and the other 4 judges to observe their luck. Not bad. Through these few matches, my divination method is indeed correct. Even in a single match, there is a battle for luck. The winner can snatch some luck from the loser's side. After only 2 battles, Long Yuxing and Yu Moyan's luck had grown a little stronger than before. Next match, Wanli Xiu. Zhou Xiaoduo arranged. My name is Wanli Xiu. Phoenix City's number 2 high school, Wanli Xiu. Wanli Xiu's clear voice echoed throughout the entire arena. This was a proud announcement and also a proud report. Proudly, to the world, I'm showing off my Phoenix City's number 2 high school. Old principal, did you hear that? When Wanli Xiu, a girl, defeated the opponent's team with an extremely valiant fighting style, the 6 judges became increasingly impatient. The 3 people who came out of Phoenix City's number 2 high school were all fierce people, and the team from Phoenix City's number 2 high school had a total of 6 people. Could it be that the 6 people's cultivation and strength were all at the same level? There were still 3 people who hadn't appeared yet, but they had already advanced into the top 90. Their strength was unfathomable and unfathomable. Wanli Xiu, Luo Yinling asked with a smile as before. At this time, another judge straightforwardly interrupted her. His voice was louder and his attitude was more amiable. Moreover, his speed was even faster. Wanli Xiu, you also have a burden on your body, right? Can you tell me the exact amount? Luo Yinling, who was interrupted, gloomily glared at him, but she received a proud look in return. I have a burden. The exact amount is about the same as Long Yuxing and Yu Moyan. Wanli Xiu answered casually. She had already made her move. For people with discerning eyes, the scope of her strength was more or less revealed. There was no point in hiding it. However, Luo Yinling once again couldn't remain calm. A girl also had a burden of about 7,000 jin. That was a completely different concept from the previous 2. Wanli Xiu, our Jade Sun High Marshal, our Sky High Marshal, our Front River High Marshal. No one was an idiot. Everyone knew the difference. Left and right, there was already someone taking the lead. For a moment, the judges' table was filled with clamor. Wanli Xiu blinked and said, 6 teachers, there are still many matches later. Why don't we wait until all the matches are over? Then we can decide what to do next, okay? Okay. Cough, cough, cough. The 6 judges all knew that they were too eager for quick success. They couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The 5 male teachers all picked up their cups and drank water at the same time to hide their embarrassment. Only Luo Yinling didn't care. She directly asked, Wanli Xiu, who is the captain of your Phoenix City's number 2 high school? Is it Yu Moyan or Long Yuxing? Or you? Wanli Xiu stared blankly and said with a smile, none of them. With our little bit of cultivation, how can we be the captain? PFFF. The 5 male judges who were drinking water all spat out the water in their mouths. Only one sentence echoed in their ears. With our little bit of cultivation, how can we be the captain? This sentence really made them speechless. Then the few of you. Are any of you vice captains? Luo Yinling also choked. She almost couldn't get up. None. Wanli Xiu's face blushed. We are just ordinary team members. The worst kind. Cough, 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 cough. Luo Yinling finally couldn't help but cough. The three monstrous geniuses who defeated the opponent's team by themselves didn't even get to be vice captains in their own team. Furthermore, the worst kind. Chapter 320. The judges were a little confused. If this kind of monster was only the weakest ordinary member in the team, then how strong would the captain and vice-captain be? This was definitely a dream team. Unfortunately, they had already entered the top 90. They would not be referees for tomorrow's match. The moment they thought of this, the six judges' eyes started to turn. What should they do? If this kind of genius was seen by the people behind, they would definitely want to snatch him. Tomorrow, why not get someone to be the substitute referee tomorrow? And they would go in to watch the match and see if they could find a chance to get closer to each other. Then it would be easier to talk later. These few matches were really won effortlessly. They really could not see anything else. They could only see that his talent was outstanding, and his strength was even more shocking. Very quickly, the matches in the afternoon also ended. As for Phoenix City's second high school, these few words spread like wildfire. In just a short period of time, all the participating teams knew about it. The most popular candidate for champion, the most popular candidate for this year's Longhu list, Phoenix City Second High, Yu Moyan, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu. That night, all the teams that entered the top 90 had an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. But after discussing and discussing, all the people from the various schools felt dispirited. There was really nothing they could do. Even if they wanted to come up with a targeted strategy, it would be difficult to implement. After all, the opponent still had 3 people who had not fought yet, the morning of the second day. When Zhou Xiaoduo and the others walked out of the Jade Spring Hotel, they immediately felt the subtle feeling of being the center of attention. This kind of attention was probably even higher than being the champion team of Hidden Dragon First High School. They were really the center of attention. Everyone's gaze was very complicated. This was an entire team of geniuses. If the cultivation of the remaining 3 people was similar to the previous 3 people, then this team of 6 people was a standard dream team. A true genius team. Indisputable. Yesterday, the little girl said that the remaining 3 people included the captain and vice-captain. How could the captain and vice-captain's strength be inferior to ordinary members? Even if one thought with their knees, that was impossible. If that was the case, it would be a joke. Morning. The first match. It was still Zhou Xiaoduo's turn to draw lots. This match, they finally drew an old opponent in. It should be Phoenix City Second High School's old opponent, Boyang City First High School. Li Zhongming. Zhou Xiaoduo had a meaningful look in his eyes. I'll leave this match to you. Don't embarrass Second High. Li Zhongming was as sleepy as usual. He said in a daze, "It's okay, Zhua. Don't worry." This time, the venue of the competition had changed to the first division. The number of spectators in the first competition zone greatly exceeded the number of spectators in the other competition zones. Most of the referees and teachers had come to watch the match. Although Luo Yinling and the others didn't get to sit in the referee's seat, they were all sitting in the first row to watch the match. When the 6 of them saw that the 6 of them from Second High had arrived, they all revealed amiable expressions. However, their expressions immediately turned hostile. However, this hostility was directed at the people around them. No one is allowed to compete with me. Luo Yinling warned them one by one. Hee.
Ha. Fiscabe. He.
Wei Heizi, back then you wrote me a love letter. Now the newcomer is better than the old. However, as long as you don't compete with me this time, I'll give you a chance. Luo Yinling helplessly began to seduce him. You also said that the newcomer is better than the old. With such a newcomer, I don't mind being a bachelor for the rest of my life. Wei Heizi rolled his eyes. If I don't compete with such a genius, My principal will swallow me alive when I get back. Good, you're so good. Luo Yinling was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. At this moment, dong, the bell rang. The match began. The first match was between Phoenix City Second High and Boyang City First High. On the opposite side, the 6 of them from Boyang City First High had a heavy expression on their faces. It was as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The match had already begun, but they were still discussing their tactical countermeasures. On the other side, Li Zhongming came to the stage listlessly. He kept yawning as if he hadn't slept the entire night. He stood there with his head drooping. His eyes were squinted as he nodded his head. It was as if he would fall asleep in the next second. What's going on? Luo Yenling was a little confused. Could it be that he's been drugged? The teachers at the side were also bewildered. They made the ideal judgment that was most suitable for the current atmosphere. This situation didn't seem right no matter how they looked at it. And why is there no movement in the second high's resting area? Fuck, they're actually playing poker. One of the judges was so angry that his mouth was floating. Isn't this child's play? Just how little attention do they have on their opponents? They actually sent someone who hasn't woken up yet. Fuck. Someone from Boyang City First High's team slowly walked out. Zhang Fong. I'm from the Central Plains, Boyang City First High. The one on the opposite side. Sign up. Zhang Fong shouted loudly. He appeared even more heroic and imposing. Hearing this, Li Zhongming seemed as if he had just woken up from a dream. He puffed out his chest and tried his best to put on an imposing appearance. He shouted, Li Zhongming. I'm from Phoenix City Second High. Phoenix City Second High. Li Zhongming felt that his previous sentence wasn't loud enough due to his drowsiness, so he shouted again. He faced the audience and said loudly, I originally didn't want to explain. Reputation doesn't bother me, but I'm not only representing myself, I'm also representing Phoenix City. If I were to embarrass our old principal, it would be my fault. My name is Li Zhongming. I'm from Phoenix City Second High. I'm practicing my family's great dream divine art. He roared. It's not that I'm not awake. Many female teachers couldn't help but laugh. This kid, he's making me laugh to death. Great dream divine art. This shout startled many people who were about to fall asleep. They woke up with goosebumps all over their bodies. Fuck. I'm looking for you when I'm sick. Zhang Fong was speechless. Why are you so loud? Cut the crap. Li Zhongming was swaying. Hurry up and finish this. I still want to go back to sleep.
Clang.
Zhang Fong unsheathed his sword and said calmly, I don't know if you can still sleep after being defeated today. Li Zhongming yawned and praised. The way you draw your sword is very handsome. Come on. Before he could finish his words, his body suddenly rolled up like a tornado and crashed straight into Li Mu's body. It was obvious that he had just started, but the sound of air breaking was heard. The sound of the wind was so strong that everyone could hear it. Zhang Fong saw that his opponent was coming at him fiercely. The sword in his hand stabbed forward. It was obvious that he was going to use the move of man and sword as one. Unfortunately, before the sword could light up, it was already hit by Li Zhongming. Pa! The long sword broke with a loud sound. Bang! Zhang Fong was punched in the chest. Crack! 3 of his ribs were broken. He kicked Zhang Fong's lower abdomen again. His whole body flailed and fell out. He started to vomit blood in midair. Before he landed, he had already fainted. Li Zhongming shouted, Next! Hurry up! I'm in a hurry. At this moment, the few judges on the stage were all teachers from famous colleges and universities. Each of them had sharp eyes. They could see Li Zhongming's uniqueness at a glance. The 2 of them were communicating through sound transmission. I saw it clearly. How fast was his speed just now? It's about the speed of the beginning stage of the embryonic breathing realm. This brat should be carrying a heavy load on his body. A very heavy load, which means that he is carrying a load of at least 7,000 pounds. In the innate realm, he has reached the speed of the embryonic breathing realm? Hiss. This brat has huge potential. Yes. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Li Zhongming had fought 4 matches in a row. He won all 4 matches. He defeated his opponents with ease. He defeated his old rival, Boyang City No. 1 Middle School, alone. None of his opponents were able to last 1 round. I am Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School, Li Zhangming. Li Zhangming shouted devoutly, as if he was worshipping, Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School. Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School entered the top 45. Record, complete victory. He had come all the way here with ease. With the highest score, he directly entered the top 45. Triumphant progress. The next battle, the top 20. So far, Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School had only sent out 4 people. There were still 2 people who had not moved. Next battle, Li Qinglong. Zhuoxiao Duo arranged in a low voice. Okay, Swollen, it's up to you. You must defeat him directly. Understood. Next to him, Hu Ruoyun expressed her sincere puzzlement. She asked, Zhuoxiao Duo, as the team leader, don't you plan to fight? Zhuoxiao Duo smiled and said, You're right. For the time being, I still want to observe the situation. I really don't plan to fight. I really don't need to fight now. The few of them are enough. He chuckled with a heartless look on his face. In Zhuoxiao's view, the current battle was a battle for luck. Li Qinglong and the others could snatch some luck from their opponents after every battle, and only one person could enjoy it. Such opportunities were rare. Naturally, he wanted to give his brothers as much as possible. If he could not fight, Zhuoxiao Duo felt that he did not need to fight at all. There was no harm in giving all the luck he could get from this competition to Wanli Xiu, Long Yuxing, and the others. This would be of great benefit to them when they went to a new school in the future. In the top 20 battle, Li Qinglong did not disappoint. He defeated his opponents with 1 move throughout the entire battle. Thus, Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School entered the top 20, leading all the participating teams to advance first. On the big screen, Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School was in first place. Hu Ruoyun looked at the big screen. The words of Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School were highlighted in red, and her eyes were filled with tears. Old principal, did you see that? In Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School. All the teachers and students in the school were watching the broadcast. Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School's name had always been in first place, from 375 to 180. Since then, it had always been in first place, never falling behind. In the school, the cheers were louder and louder. All the students were as if they had been injected with chicken blood. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.